Welcome to this lecture. So from next lecture onward we'll start our hacking course, but before that we need to install two machines. And first one here will be Kali Linux, and the next one will be our testing machine, which will be Windows 10. So Kali Linux is a one type of Linux software, or basically a Linux operating system, where you will have all the modules and application pre-installed so that we did not have to configure it manually. So it is very important machine where you can just run your code directly, you can just make the payload, you can run your handler in order to listen for that communication, and you can do a lot of stuff with the Kali Linux. We'll test each of these applications that is available in the Kali Linux. Obviously not all, but the main important part which will be essential for the hackers. So we'll just learn every bit of detail in the upcoming lecture with the help of Kali Linux, which will be our running server, running processes, or basically the machine where we'll run our code, and basically we'll test that in the testing machine, and the testing machine will be our Windows 10. So before that we have this machine, which is obviously my main machine. So I have here that is Windows 10, but I don't want to just run every malware or basically every backdoor in my Windows 10 because I don't want to affect my original machine. So this is your machine. So basically it can be your original machine, you can have it Mac as a Mac machine, or you can have the Linux or Windows. So first of all, what you need to do is make sure that this machine is safe, because we don't want to do anything with this machine. So in order to make that another computer installed on the same computer, and if you install any machines or basically any application, this won't get affected, we have this virtual box. So what this virtual box is, basically you have the computer installed inside the computer. So we have this main machine, and inside this main machine you can see a lot of operating system is downloaded and run. So in this case I have this Kali Linux running and MS Windows 10 running, and you can see right here inside this we have running this Kali Linux, and you can run this Kali Linux over here, and the next one I have here is MS 10. So we have this Windows 10 and the Kali Linux inside this my main computer. So in order to make sure that our main machine is not affected with any installation or running any program, you will use this virtual box. So first of all, download that virtual box and install it properly. So it is a simple process, and I'm not going to do it because it is a very simple. You can just download according to your operating system. If it is for Mac, just download for Mac, and if it is in the Windows, just download for the Windows and just unzip it and do everything that is required to install any program. So it is pretty much a simple process. So next thing what you need to do is install the machines. So first machine that we want to install is Kali Linux. So I'll just go to the browser, and this is the Kali original documentation page, and you can see here is a download section. You can simply go to the download Kali machine, and you'll just go here in the download section. You'll just click on this download Kali Linux, and you'll just get these images over here. And I highly suggest you not to download this light version, because this does not give all the application that we are using in this course. So you have to give extra time if you just download this one, because you have to download every packages manually. So that will just cost you a more time and more effort than before. So I'll just highly suggest you download this version, which is Kali Linux 64-bit. You can go with the torrent, or you can go with this HTTP link and install it. Basically what this give is a ISO image. So you'll just have the ISO image, and after that you will just see that there will be some ISO image right here. So let me just show you one here. So you will have something like this. So this is the ISO image. So if I just open the properties, you will see this is the ISO image right here, disk image file. So you will just get this file while you download this from the Kali Linux, and make sure you just go with this Kali Linux 64-bit or Kali Linux 32-bit, but don't go with this light version. So we have downloaded now the Kali Linux image, which will be our server machine, or where we'll just write some code or use the application, and the testing machine will be our Windows 10. So just go to this website, that is developer.microsoft.com. you'll just get this website where you can download the virtual machine. So you could wonder that we can also download directly the Windows 10. So why not to download that? So it is also a good idea to download Windows 10, but that requires the installation process. So you have to go through entire installation process if you download that file. But if you download this virtual machine, you don't need to go through that installation process. So it will just directly open you the machine on your virtual box. So next thing what you need to do is just go over here that is saying MS Edge on Windows 10 and select the platform, and our platform is VirtualBox. So let's select download zip, unzip that file. You'll just get this file saying open virtual, and it is file over here, and you could see this is OVA file. So this will be your open virtualization form, or basically it will be archive, and we have to now just install that in the VirtualBox. So first thing, or basically what you need to do first is install the Kali Linux. So open your virtual machine. This should be empty for you because you will be at the first step of installation, but I have already installed so much of machine over here. So let me create new over here, and if I go to here and I'll just say Kali new, you can also give the name as Kali, and the Linux is the version or a type basically, and the version I want to here is Debian 64-bit, and click next and just allocate the memory, or basically it is for the RAM, and let me say I want to give 4 GB RAM would be enough, even 2 GB would be enough. So let's click next and create, and I want VirtualBox disk image, click next and dynamically allocated, next, and this is the file size that we want to give. So just make sure it is greater than 20 GB because we have to install so much of applications and new packages. So make sure it is around maybe 30, so that would be fine. If you just make sure it is around 30, let's create now. And now we have this Kali Linux, or basically Kali new. So next thing what you need to go do is go to the setting, and on the system go to the processor and make sure we have this processor. Let me say I want the 4th processor to make sure that it does not lag, and go to the storage now, and here we have this empty that is showing the disks. Let's click on that, and now let's boot that. So I'll just say choose virtual, and we'll just go to here that is unzip, and we have this Kali Linux right here. So let's click that, and you will just see that we have now Kali Linux. Let's press OK, and now we'll just have this Kali new. So next thing what you need to do is simply press on this start and let it give some time. So after you just grab that, it will just open this VirtualBox, and now it's time to install this Kali. So go to the install over here. Let's please press enter and let it give a time to load and everything, and let's wait for some time. So before that, I want also to install. Okay, it has already come up. So let me press English and United States, American English, and this will just load some of the additional components. Let's wait for some time. So in the meantime, you can also do something, that is install this MS Edge. So this has not the same process as to install the Kali Linux. You don't need to create anything new. You can simply go over here and just double click. So if I just double click, then okay, this is basically I have already installed this version, so it has given me error, but in your case it will give something like this information. So you could see the information right here that is saying that you have the name over there, you have the guest OS type, CPU you want to allocate, the RAM you want to allocate, and DVD sound card and everything. That is information over here. And let's press only on the import. Now if I press import, it is going to take some time to import that, and you will just get over here. So before that, let's go to our Kali version, and let's see, we have right here. So in the Kali version, you can clearly see now it has asked to write the host name. So why I just did this, because we are just installing 2 machines at the same time. So it is very easy to install this Windows 10, because you can simply click, that is just press over here, and it is going to import the setting. But in the case of Kali, it is not possible. You have to do everything manually. So I have shown you over here So only the process in the Windows 10 is basically only importing, so there is nothing to worry about. But in the Kali, let's go over here and click the host name. So this will be host name, and I'm just sticking with the Kali. And domain name, let me say empty. And now password. So it is very important, because whenever you want to log in for the first time, it is also going to ask your root password. So make sure you just remember that password every time you just enter to the Kali machine. So let me hit my password. Let's hit enter. It is going to give us the new prompt to re-enter the password, the same password. And let's hit enter one more time, and now it is going to set up us clock. So let me say Eastern, and now let's wait for some time again, and it is going to load an additional configuration for us. So, and now it has set up the disk partition, and we have also already partitioned the disk. That should be around 34 GB, or make sure that it is greater than 30 GB, because we need to install so much of application manually also in the upcoming lecture. So I'll just stick with this guided version, and let's enter here, and I'll just say all file, and now I'll just finish the partitioning and write changes to disk. And I'll just say yes, I want to change, or basically write changes to disk. And now it has partitioned the formatting or do something like that, and now it is installing the system. So now it will install, and you could see we are just over here, that is importing for our MS10. So it will just import. So it will just import. It is nothing over here. It will just take some time, maybe around 15 minutes, and it will just do something that will install everything over here. So next thing what you need to do after you install that, because I have already done it, so I am not doing here, because you could see it has blocked everything for us. So after you just install maybe for the Windows 10, so I'm just going to show you for the Kali Linux. But after you install that version, you will get something like this. It will show something that is MS Edge Windows 10. Just make sure you don't cancel that process. It will just take around 15 minutes, and you will just get over here saying MS Edge Windows 10 and something like this. And after that, what you need to do is go to the settings, and you will see in the storage, or basically not in storage, it will be in the system. You will just get this as base memory, and you can just change it. Make sure that processor is around 2, because we want nearly some faster processing while in the Linux and obviously in the Windows 2. So make sure it is around 2, and let's press OK. And after now, what you need to do is simply press on this message and just press here. So in your case it will be start, in my case it is so. So if I press over here, it is going to give us this Windows 10. So you could see this is same Windows 10, and you can do all of this stuff over here. So you can test every bit of code, your payload or your hacking skill in this Windows 10 without affecting our main window. So in your case it can be your Mac or your main Linux machine, but my case it is Windows, and inside Windows we have this Windows, which will just be our testing machine, and we'll just test all of the code that we learn in the upcoming lecture in this Windows machine. So make sure that you install this Windows machine first, and you could see now we have installing this Kali Linux over here. So I'll just pause here and I'll just take you to the good stuff. So now after you just install or complete with the installation, it will just reboot, and just press now Kali Linux, because we want the Kali Linux, and just press so. It will first ask you for the password. So make sure you just remember the password, the same password that we use while installing the system. So you had set that password, and just remember that password and just press here, and you will just get this Kali Linux. So you could see we have this complete Kali Linux. You can see the interfaces over here. It is showing us an application, a bunch of application is over here. You can see the favorites and everything. We'll just learn about this in detail in the upcoming lecture. In the first section, we'll just learn about the Linux and how this Kali Linux can be used in the hacking. and you can see the bunch of application. If I just go to this show application tab, it is going to give us this information saying if you want to search something. If I say yes, I want to search Nmap, which is the application over here, and if I just press over here, it is going to give us this application, and so you can just navigate through it. We'll see every bit of detail in the upcoming lecture about the directories, about the command of this Kali Linux, but for now you can just tour around this interface. You can see you have these settings over here, and here is a Bluetooth, Wi-Fi connections, and if you just have the external USB, make sure you connect that. It will just give access to your Wi-Fi. And now you can see in this network or everything, so make sure you have now, that is, let me just open here and let me just press ifconfig. So in this case you could see that it is WLAN 0 mode, so that means it is in monitor mode. So I'll just talk about the monitor and manage mode in the upcoming lecture, where we'll just attack some machines, Wi-Fi network. So basically we'll just talk that in the upcoming lecture, but for now you can see the two interfaces, Ethio 0 and WLAN 0 mode. So make sure first I'll just do something over here, that is to stop this WLAN 0 mode, so that we'll just get this Wi-Fi connection. So now if I just say ifconfig, then you'll see now, okay, I'll just do something more now, and that is WLAN 0 and up. Now if I say ifconfig, it is going to give us this WLAN 0, and it is obviously not connected to internet because this has no IP address. But make sure you have either this Ethio 0 or WLAN 0 in order to get internet access on this Firefox. So we'll just learn about that. So first of all, if I just go to the Kali, it is going to give us some information. That means it is connected to internet. So you can just update the package and do everything in the Kali Linux. We'll just learn that in the upcoming lecture. But for now, you can clearly see we have set up this machine where you can just run your code and basically see if that code works or not. And next machine we have is obviously our Windows 10, and we have shown in the Windows 10 you have this Microsoft Edge is a browser. And if I just go over here and let's see if we can run any of these basically our internet or not. So you can see obviously we can run because all of the news has been rendered out over here. That means we can just get the internet connection. So I'll say what is my IP, then you will see that the IP address will be just rendered over here. So this is my public IP addresses, and you could see this machine has the internet access too. So now if you want to just give the file, basically if you want to get the internet access, what we can do is the next one is to have the external USB. So you can just get one USB, so you can buy online and just get that external USB card. You enter that USB card and get access to that USB by these devices and go to the USB. In my case I have this USB over here, and just press that and you will just get that wireless adapter, which will be, you can clearly see if I say ifconfig, it is going to be over here WLAN 0. But if you do not enter that USB adapter, it's fine because you will have anyway the internet connection with this wired connection, which is Ethio 0, and the wireless connection will be WLAN 0. So what you need to do is, if you want to see the Wi-Fi hacking technique, you can have that USB adapter and you can install that manually. So next thing what you need to do is, basically we have now set up the two machines, so that's not worry for us. So you have this MS Edge over here which is running. So now if I want to maybe saw that something, let's go over here and let's see what we can do. So this is all the file and directory that we'll learn in the upcoming lecture. So no need to tell over here in this lecture, because in this lecture I want to only show you how this VirtualBox work and to install some of the machines over here. So we just did something, that is install the Kali Linux, which will be our server, or basically where we'll just run the application. We'll just see how code works, or basically making a payload will be with this Kali Linux. And there is MS Edge, which is our Windows 10, where we'll just run our machine. And basically you can see the new windows are basically the next windows I have done here or installed over here. And now if I just start, this is my original window. So this is same as now with this Windows. So what I'm telling is basically we have installed this MS Edge from the virtual box. So if I just go over here, it was downloaded for the virtual machines, so you do not need to install it manually. In the case of MS Edge, you can simply import it and install it, and basically you can run directly. But if you just download maybe the version that is of Windows 10, so actual Windows 10, then it is going to give us the installation procedure. It will take some time to install it, but that's fine. You can also use this Windows. So if I just run this, it is a normal Windows that is similar to my original window, but that is not same as MSH, because MSH does not require the installation process. You can simply import it and run it, which is perfect for our virtual machines. So that will be wrap for this lecture. We just install two machines, and that is one the server and the client. We'll just start hacking processes using the Kali machine and Windows machine in the upcoming lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we'll see some of the important Linux terminal command, and we are going to use the Kali Linux for this section. So you can see the interface of the Kali Linux over here. You can see the calendar, the time displayed at the center, and at the left hand side you can see the application section, and in the application you can see the favorites, where we have the Firefox terminal and every files, and the important application over here, which is Maltego and the VXSS framework, which you can also navigate from this left hand side menu bar. So in the application you can see bunch of application, which is going to have the wireless attack, reverse engineering toolkits, social engineering toolkits, and the useful user applications, which will be your accessories and graphics. So these are the bunch of application. You can simply go over here and navigate this. Another thing you can also do is in the menu bar, or basically in this navigation bar, you can simply press that icon and you can search your application in this search bar. If you want the terminal, you can simply search for the terminal. You can enter that application and here it opens. So this is the way to just navigate your application in the Kali Linux. So next thing over here is the places. So when I just go to the places, you can see all of these folder that is similar to that of Windows machine. So you can see the downloads, documents, music, pictures, and the videos. If I go to the computer, this is going to be your parent directory. So everything over here is basically the root directory, and you can see the subdirectories over here: binary directories, dev directories, etc directories, and your optional directories. All of these directories are very important. So all you have to remember is Linux have the main directory named as a root directory, which is denoted by the /, and next all of these directories are the subdirectories of that main root directories. So you can see that we have a bunch of directories over here, which is first the bin directory, which stands for the binary, and it contains all the command that is to be executed in the Linux machine. When I just open here, you can see all of these commands. So you can see right here we have the, let me say, clear command. So you can see the clear command. So this can be executed in the terminal. So when I just go to the terminal, and let me write some gibberish first, and if you want to clear this terminal, you can simply press this clear command and press enter. It is going to be cleared. So this binary folder of this root directory contains all of the command that is to be executed in this Linux machine. So next one here is optional. So you can see that opt directory right over here, which means optional, and in this directory all the program available will be installed. Like if you want to just install Chrome, which is third-party library that doesn't come as a pre-packed in this Linux machine, then you can simply download that Chrome or basically any application, third-party application, and that will be installed in this optional folder. So next one here is a home. So home directory has the personal data which made you to create an account. Like we have here the root. So root is basically the sudo, or basically what is the default root, or basically default username. If we make any other username instead or beyond the root, then it will be inside this home. We don't have any username which is beyond that of, or basically except of root. That means we don't have anything inside this home. So this home contains all the personal data which made when you just create the account. Like maybe if you just create your own account or account with your name, then that will be inside this home. So next is the temp folder. So it contains all the directories which has the temporary data. So if you want to track that temporary data, you can simply go on this temp folder. Next one is very important, which is basically the var. So if you just open this var, you will get the bunch of directories. So this var folder contains the variable data that changes over the time. So you can see the www folder. If I just go to the www, you will see the HTML. So the page that is going to be rendered when you just run the Apache server is going to be this page. So when I just open this page, it will open in the leaf pad, basically in this Mozilla, and this is the basically page that is going to be executed in the browser if you just run this Apache server. So let me just go back and go to this var folder again, and you can see the library folder over here, which is the important folder, and this is the all the services that comes as pre-packed in this Kali machine. So you can say we have a beef XSS over here, which is the beef framework. You can see autopsy here. You can see apt folder, which is going to install the third package library for us, or basically any package that is installed from this var directory. So you can see this is very important directory. You can see the Apache 2 server right over here. So this is the all the packages that comes as pre-packed, or basically when you install the Kali Linux, this is the installed in your Kali Linux. So you can see the PHP server over here. You can see the MySQL server right over here. So you can make use of all of these services that comes as pre-packed in the Kali Linux from the terminal. So we have now seen some of the important variables, or basically important directories of this root directory. So let's see how we can just manipulate, how we can just navigate from one directory to another directory from the Linux command, and we'll make use of a terminal to do that. So let me first open our terminal. So let's go back, and this is our terminal. So let me zoom in and let me just clear one more time. So first of all, we'll see the file and directory manipulation. So if I say pwd, this is basically print working directory. So if I just say pwd and hit enter, it is going to show us a root. So basically we are in the root directory. If I just change directory to desktop, and if I say again pwd, which is basically print working directory, it will change from root to desktop. Now our directory is desktop. So next thing is to change the directory. So in order to change the directory, you have to make use of cd. So cd stands for change directory. We have just done here, that is change directory from the root to the desktop, and desktop has been added to over here. So if I want to change from the desktop to root, then we have to just go back from desktop to the root. So that should be done with this double dot. If I enter, then we are back to the root. If I say ls now, which is basically list, and this is going to list everything that is inside this root. So we have desktop, documents, music, everything. If you want to go to the directory, let me say something like ham, which is not inside this root, then it is going to give us a error because that is not inside this root. It should be only this folder you can just navigate into. So if you say something like I want to go to the music, you'll say cd music, and this is going to the music. So if I want to go back, cd double dot, you are going back, ls, and again inside this root you have this folder where you can just navigate. If you want to go to the desktop, it should be cd and desktop. So it is case sensitive, so you can't do something like cd desktop. You should do that is with a capital D. So name should be exactly what we have just here. So this is case sensitive. So if I just say enter, you are inside this desktop, to see what is the content of this desktop, you'll simply press ls or type ls. You'll see we have the demo folder and this virtual edition run inside this desktop. If you want to go back, cd ... and you are inside the root now. So this ls is to list all the files and folder in the current directory. If you want to go to the document, you'll say cd, which is for the change directory, and I'll say document. It should be documents, and if I say ls, it has only this file over here, so it is just showing the folder inside that current directory. So if you want to list all the detail of the files and folder, all you need to do is, let me just go back and let me say desktop. And now if you want to list everything inside that desktop, then you have to la. So la is an attribute to this list command. So if I just hit enter, it is going to give us everything including hidden ones. So these are the hidden ones. So if you just open that desktop, you will find only this demo and this run file. You won't find this two folder, that is, these are the hidden one. So this is going to show us everything including the hidden ones. It has also the detailed information about these permissions, and we will just know about these permissions using the chmod command in the upcoming lecture. But for now, you can see the detailed information of this folder with this la attribute inside this ls command. So you can see we have now a detailed list of the files and folder including the hidden ones with this ls command. So now next thing all you need to do is, basically we have seen now cd, ls and the pwd, which are the basic command in order to just change directory, to see the working directories, and basically to just navigate from one directory to another. So next thing all you need to do is to create the files. Let's see how we can just create the files in this desktop. So we are inside this desktop. If you want to just go to another directory, you can simply change the directory. If you want to just create the folder in the downloads, you can simply change directory from the current directory to the downloads. I want to make inside this desktop, so I'll just say desktop. So let me clear first this console. Now in order to create the file, you can make use of this touch command and give the file name. So after the touch, I'll say, let me say this is a hack file. So I'll say hack.txt. If I hit enter, now if I say ls, then we have created hack.txt inside this desktop. So you can also edit or create the new file using this nano command. If you say nano, and if I say hack1.txt, and you can see we have now hack1.txt, which is the file. You can edit this file, or you can create if it doesn't exist using that nano. So we have the alternative to this nano, which is vim and emacs. But for now, if I want to just exit out of it, I'll simply press Ctrl X, and now if I list, we have hack.txt, because in order to just create that file, you have to save it and then exit. I haven't saved that because I don't want to just create new file, so I have just closed instead of creating it, so it won't be created. Only we have hack.txt, which was created with this touch command. So next thing we have to know is to copy, move and rename the files and directories. So in order to copy the file, I'll make use of this cp command. So let me just make a real bigger than this. So cp command is to create a copy of the file. So if I want to just create the copy of the hack.txt into, let me say, hack1.txt, you can do simply like that. And if you list, we have hack1.txt, and every content of the hack.txt will be copied to the hack1.txt using this command. So you can also create a copy of a directory and just everything in it using this cp and r attribute, and you can simply now copy the directory. So if I say demo, which is the directory inside this desktop, let me say demo1, so everything will be copied now inside this demo1 with this r attribute. So if you simply say cp only, then that is for the file name. If you want to have the directories copied, it should be with the r attribute. So next one is to move the files. So you can simply do that using this mv, which is the move command, and you can simply give the file name now. So I want to just copy, let me say hack.txt, and I'll just copy. Okay, let me just clear this first, and now I'll simply say mb, which is for move, and the file name. So I forgot the file name, it should be hack.1. okay, mb for the moving, and now I'll say hack.txt file should be moved, and inside the home, let me say inside the desktop, or you can also go to the downloads, and I want to just move here. So we have now moved this file inside this desktop, or you can simply go to the download, and this is going to overwrite any existing file with the same name. So if you have same name, that is hack.txt, inside this desktop, that is going to be overwritten. So when I just hit enter, now if I say ls, here we have the hack.txt has been overridden. So next one is to move a directory to the another location. So if you want to move the directory, not a file name, so directory can be moved with let me say demo should be moved, and let me say that should be moved in home and downloads. If I hit enter, if I go to, let me see really quick, go to downloads, let's it. Okay, there is nothing over there. So we have just moved, let me say lsl. okay, we haven't moved, so basically there was error over here. So let me first delete this, that is using the rm command, and in order to delete the file, let me just go real quick over here, that is with the desktop part. We'll see what has happened over there. So rm is to remove, and if you want to remove any file, let me say hack1.txt, it should be rm and hack1.txt. so if I list now, it has gone because of this rm command. And if you want to force delete a file, everything from the file, I'll the rm and file c, it should be the file and the file name, everything will be deleted. So just careful about this rm command, is very dangerous command, so you have to be very careful while using that command. So next we'll see about the system and the user information. So let me show you the system and a user information. It is not related to any file system, so it will be independent to the file system. It can be executed in any of the directories, and you will get the same output. So this is basically the system and user information. cl, if you say cl command, this is going to give us a monthly calendar. If you say date, which is the date command, then this is going to give us a date and a time. If you see uptime, then this is going to give us uptime in a currently logged in user, which is this user. One user has been logged in. If you want to say the system user information, that is going to be uname a, this is going to give us a system information. So this is our system information. If you want to display the kernel ring burger, or basically buffer, and if you want to display the kernel ring buffer, it should be this command. So you can see everything the system has logged and every information about this system. So this is very important, kernel ring buffer. If you want to shut off this system, you'll simply say power off, which is going to shut down the system. If you want to reboot, it should be reboot command. If you hit enter, it will be reboot. So this is the simple user information and system information. So you can also do something like to see the command or to display disk space usage. You can see dfh, this is going to give us a disk space usage. If you want to see partition table, you can simply say fdisk, and it should be, let me see, l or a, it should be l. Okay, with the L you can see the disk partition table. If you want to display the memory usage, you can simply press a free, which is going to simply show us a memory usage. So this has system information and basic information that is going to be important. Now let's see the user information. So now in order to see the user information, first command would be who am I. So it is very important information. So if I hit enter, then it is going to say root. So this is your username. If you want to check who is online, simply press W and you'll see who is online over here. If you want to see the history of the executed command, you'll say history. Every command will be seen over here, every command that is executed in this machine. If you want to display the last login info of the user, it should be last command, and you'll see when the user has been just basically executed that command or logged in as a user. And you can simply display the user information with the finger, root, and you can see this displays the user information. So next one, you can see the networking utilities command. So let's see the networking utilities command now. If you want to ping the host, you'll simply type ping, and if you want to ping any host, let me say google.com, you will just ping that, and you can see the IP information right over here. Make sure you have internet connection, and you will say that you are just pinging a host over here. You'll get every information of that host using this ping command. If you want to just stop that execution, you can press Ctrl and C to stop that running of that command. And now next thing what you can do is with this who is command and give the domain name. So if you want to see who is the host, you can say who is and give the domain name, which is alternative of this ping command. If you know the domain name, then you can simply type ping and the domain name. It will just give us IP. If you have a IP and want to get the domain name, then you can simply type this who is command, and if you just pass this IP here, Control C, okay, Control C is not going to work in a Kali. You have to simply copy from here, and with this who is command, paste it after this who is printed, and you can see now it will give all the information about that organization, which is obviously the Google. Let me clear one more time. Next one is to dig. So if you want to just get the DNS information, you can use this dig command and give the domain. If you want this, then you can simply dig and you can get the DNS information of the google.com. If you want to get the name server information, it is with the ns lookup command, and you can simply pass here a name server. If you want to display the network interfaces, so this is important. If config, this command is very important command. We'll see a lot of references to this if config, how to just configure your network adapter, everything in the upcoming lecture with this if config and IP config, IW config command. So I'll say if you want to display wireless network adapter, it should be IW config. So if I say IW config, there is no wireless extension over here. And if you just want to display the kernel IP routing table, all you need to do is, let me clear this first. So if you want to display the IP routing tables, it is the command which is netstat command, and if I just say R, it is going to give us the networking interfaces or our IP routing table. So for now it is just the default over here, which is the IP, and gateway is not over there. We'll just configure all of these in the upcoming lecture. So if you want to check for the established and listening port connections, which can be done with this netstat. So if you just made a payload and if you inject that payload in the victim, and if you want to just check for the connections or the ports, you can simply use this netstat command and ANTP command, and it is going to give us the information about the connections and the port. If you want to just display the ARP cache table for all the interface, you can do with ARP A. This is going to give us the information about the cache tables for all the interface. So these are the some of the networking utilities that we have in the Kali Linux and in the Linux basically. So these are the tools we'll be learning, and in the upcoming lecture we'll see how the information can be gathered, how the backdoor can be just created and that can be injected in the victim machine, and how to remain the anonymous. So before that, you can simply go to your Firefox and any browser. So all you need to do is, I want to go to this Media College website and type Linux. After that, type commands, and if I just hit command, not commands, it should be only command, and if I just go over here and if I list all of this Linux command, you'll see the list of a Linux command over here. So all you need to do is simply see what this command does with this reference, and you can see the examples tutorial over here of this Linux command. I have tried my best to just get everything that is important. So we'll see about this apt command and chmod command in the upcoming lecture, and except that everything is been covered. So you can see, if you want the manual, you can simply type man and give the information about the command you want to get basically, and everything here is been covered. Also basically some of these commands are unnecessary for the hacking purpose, so I have just made some of the importance command list, and I have just gone through each of them in this lecture. In the upcoming lecture we'll see about the apt command and how to remain anonymous, and basically we'll see about the chmod command, which is going to change the SS permission of the files and directories, which is the important lecture. So see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we'll see how to install any other packages in this Kali Linux machine with the apt-get command. So if you have ever installed any software in the Kali Linux or any Linux distros, you should have get familiar with this apt-get command. So it can be any distros like Ubuntu or any Kali Linux, and this is the machine that is dependent on the Debian Linux or the DPKG packaging system, which stands for Debian packaging. So packaging system simply provides the programs and applications for the installation. So if you want to just install any third parties libraries or packages or application, you have to just go through DPKG packaging system, which is the advanced package tool, which is your apt command. So apt command is a command line tool that is used for the easy interaction with the DPKG packaging system, and it is the most efficient and preferred way of managing softwares from the command line for Debian and Debian based Linux distros like Ubuntu or a Kali Linux. So if you want to install any package, you have to first open your terminal and install it from the apt-get command. So apt-get here is the advanced packaging tool. So if you want to use the apt-get command should be used with the administrative privilege. So it should be with the root privilege in the Kali Linux and with the sudo privilege in the Ubuntu. So if you want to use apt-get like this apt-get, it should be with the sudo command, or basically it should be with the administrative privilege. So if you are familiar with the Windows system, you normally open your command prompt or basically the shell with the administrative purpose, or basically if you just open, okay, we don't have over here, so let me say cmd, and if I say run as administrator, and if I just press OK over here, it is going to be executed into the administrator privilege. So same should be done in the case of this terminal. So it is done with this sudo command. But in the case of Kali Linux, you don't have to do this because we are initially with this root privilege. So we are basically using this root. That means we don't have to do sudo. We are basically executing every command with this root privilege, which is administrative or super user privilege. So it will just deal with all the aspect of the system, either in the Ubuntu or the Kali Linux. And basically in the case of Ubuntu, you have to make use of sudo command to install any application on your system. So if you want to just update the package database, we have the command here apt-get command. So you have to do something like apt-get and update. So every time you are going to install any new application, let me say now we have to install VLC player in this machine, you have to first update all the package list before installing that new application. So you have to first update this package database with this command. So when I just say apt get update and press enter, it will just work with all of this library. So all you need to do is simply have the internet connection and wait for a moment. So package database has been updated successfully with this command. So now next thing you have to do is install your application. So installing application is basically with this apt-get command, and now instead of update you have to type install and your package name, or basically your name, or you can also say the command that is going to install the package. So in my case I think it is VLC. Let's hit enter and I'll say yes, I want to install it. So it is going to check for the headers, and now it should be downloading all of our package in order to install that application, and let it give a time to download everything. So now I think it is installing some new package. So I'll just give it a time to work. Let's see if this. So finally everything has been set up. So we have downloaded it successfully. So let's go to our application section and let's search for the VLC, and let's see if this has been installed or not. So I'll just go over here and type VLC, and we have here the VLC media player. So we have successfully installed our VLC. So next thing what you need to do is install the Terminator. So Terminator is the advanced terminal. So we have this terminal, we want to just install the advanced terminal with this apt-get. To install any package it should be with the install command and Terminator. If I just hit enter, it will ask if you want to just install that, and it will do the same task that was done for the VLC player, and let it give a time. It is saying the 1 minute, so I'll just pause right here, and I'll just go back and see what we have the next thing to do. So let me just open new window for now, a new terminal basically, and it is downloading over here. I'm saying new window, but so we have successfully downloaded the Terminator. Let's go back again here and search for the Terminator. There has been lag in the processor, so let me search for Terminator, and it is right here. When I say press the Terminator, it is going to give us the same screen, same like screen of the Terminator, but it has more functionality than the terminal, or basically the normal terminal which comes pre-packed installed in this Kali machine. So features like splitting the horizontally, because we can do now multiple operation in the single Terminator. You can simply split the same terminal either vertically, horizontally, the multiple time. So you can see the features, you can do multiple operations now in the same terminal over here instead of just opening new terminal again and again. So this is the one features of the Terminator. We'll see now, or we do many tasks from now in that Terminator. So before that we'll see another command, that is the apt-get install, the same command that is going to install the package. So if you want to install more than one package at the same line, you can do simply like this. So it is going to install VLC and Terminator at the same time. So you can do this command too. So next thing is, if you know the version num of the package name, then you can do something like apt-get install. It should be install and give the package name, so VLC. And if you name the version name. If you want the version name, then you can simply do something like this. If you want the version name of the VLC to be installed, should be only the 11.1. If you want to do something like Python, if you want the Python version, that should be 2.7. If you don't give the version name, it will simply download you the latest version. If you want the specific version, you can simply give equal sign and the version number to this package name. So next one is to remove the installed package. So I'll simply say apt-get remove, which is the command to remove the package name. If I say VLC should be removed, it is going to search for that. If it's going to be yes, I want to just remove that VLC, it will take some time and VLC will be removed from your system. So you can also do multiple tasks with this apt-get. You can simply, okay, now it has been removed. So let's see if this VLC exists or not. So this applications is not working properly for me. It is taking some time. So now if I just search VLC, it won't be there because we have now removed that package from the system. So the thing that you have to just take care is, before just actually installing the package, you have to first update that package with this apt-get update command. Update the database dictionaries and database libraries, everything, and you can simply use this install command and the package name, and that will be installed in your system. So if you want to update or upgrade, which is the same task, and if you want to just combine those command, let me just do first and show you what am I talking about. So if I say apt-get update and y, which is the attribute, and if I say double and, which is going to combine our command. So if I say sudo now, or sudo is, or apt-get, basically I'll say simply apt-get, and if I say upgrade and y, so this is going to do the same tasks, which is the updating your all of this command list or the package database. So this command which we have just here, which is apt-get upgrade, is also going to perform an upgrade, and that is similar to this update. So you can do something like this too. So it can be something like apt-get dist upgrade, which is the packages that is going to be upgrade. So this is the way to update or upgrade all of your packages, and this should be done before you install any of the applications on your system. So first of all, you have to update and install, and that is the way to just install any application to your system. So in the next lecture, we'll see something about CHMOD and everything about the hacking. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to learn about interesting command, which is chmod command. So this is the syntax. So we'll see about the syntax, how to execute it. So first of all, let me just open my terminal, navigate to, let me say, desktop, and if I say ls, this is going to give us the information that is inside this desktop. So the next thing is, I want to list everything about this. So all you need to do is simply ls and la, which will give every information including these privileges. So here you can see these are the syntax over here, and now we have the file group. This is basically, the first one is for the owner and the second one is for the file group. So every file has this type of permission over here. So you can see we have this D, which stands, or basically which refer to the directory. That means this demo1 is directory, and if it is dash, that means it is a file. So any of the privilege that starts with D is for directory, and if it is single dash, that means it is the file. So next one from that is the 3 character, which basically is for the owner, and the next one 3 is for the file group, and the next one 3 is any other user, that is except for the file group and for the owner, because we have already specified for the owner. So let me just grab one of these. So let me say I want to grab this demo one. So let me just grab these characters. So let me just copy this, and let's go back to our editor, that is text editor, and let's paste down here. So I have already said you that if you see here, this D is for the directory. If it was single dash, it means it was the file, but if it is with D, that means it is a directory. And the next 3 letters or the character is for the owner. And if you see here, it is RWX. So what this RWX means is it is the mode. So you can see here it is read, write, execute. That means owner can read this directory, write to this directory, and execute this directory or manipulate this directory. So owner can do anything inside this directory. If I say something like dash, because if I start with the dash, that means it is a file. And if I say R and dash and X or dash dash, that means it starts with dash, that means it is a file. And these first three character is for the owner. That means owner can only read the file, he cannot write to the file, or he cannot execute that file. So this is the mode. And after these 3, the next 3 is for the file group. So file group can read that file, and they cannot write to that directory basically, and they can execute that directory. So next 3 is for the group, that is other than that of the owner and the file group, which only can read and execute, not can write to that directory. If it was something like let me say write and execute and read dash dash, so that means it is a file where owner can only read the file, file group can read, write, execute to the file, and the other user can only read that file. They cannot write to the file, they cannot execute that file, which is basically the mode of operations over here. So if you want to change this basically the syntax or basically the privilege to that file, so let me just open again the terminal, and if you see in this test.txt, you can see that it is a file because it starts with the dash. RW is basically the privilege for the owner, so they can only read and write, they cannot execute that file. And for the file group, they can only read, and for the other user, they can also only read. If you want to change this privilege of this test.txt to something that everyone can do anything to that file, you have to make use of this chmod command, which will make changes to this privilege of this file system. So let's go back over here and see the syntax first. So we have chmod command, which is going to change that privilege. It will just basically make the changes to the file permission. So next one is the option. So option here is the recursive or a force or a verbose. We have a couple of, we have for the basically which will just suppress most error messages. It will be done forcefully. We have something like the other option like C, which is for the changes. It can be -C, which is for the changes. It can be the version or anything. So first of all, here is the recursive. So this is important. So recursive is going to change the files and directory recursively. And next option here is a force. So this F option will suppress most of the error messages. And the next one is verbose over here, which is the V, which will just output a diagnostic for every file that is being processed, because this is going to give any information that is being processed. So we'll just do this R mode, and we can just assess the permission using this octal mode. So we can also do a symbolic way, but that is very much harder than this. So we'll just see the octal now. So here is the for the owner, which is basically this first 3 character refers to the owner, and the next 3 is for the group, which is your file group. From here to here, it is for the file group, and the next is for the others. So let me just go to the terminal again I want to grab this permission, so let me just grab copy this permission, and let's go back to here. Now I want to change this permission. So this is file, so we cannot do anything for this file. So next one is for this rwx. So I want to change this rwx to the letter. So if you see here, if you just pass 4 2 1, this is basically for read, write and execute. So if you add everything over here, if I add 4 5 6 7, so everything is for 7. So let me just give you a real quick example. So if I say chmod, let me make a space first. If I say chmod and I want to give the letter, I want the file to be read by everyone, executed by everyone and write by everyone. So first 7 refers to the owner. So if you just give 7, that owner is going to read, write and execute. But if you give something like only 2, if you just give only 2, the owner cannot read. So this is not possible. But if you just give 2, the owner cannot read, he can only write and he cannot do executions to that file. If you do something like only 4 over here, the owner only can read that file, he cannot write, he cannot execute. So all you have to do is you have to add all of these letters or all of these characters in order to give the permission. If I say 7, then this first 7 is for the owner and he can read, he can write, he can execute, because 4 plus 2 is 6 and plus 1 is 7. For the second character, it is for the group. So if you want to assign the permission for the group, if you assign something that is character 7, this 7 refers to the group, which indicates that that file group can read that file, write that file and execute that file. If you do something like only 4, then that group can only read the file, they cannot execute the file, because 2 is for the execution. If you say something like 6, then they can read that file, write that file, but they cannot execute. If you do 7, then they can do everything. So next one is, if you just pass again 7, that is for the other user, which is not belongs to owner and the file group, and they can also read that file, write that file and execute that file. After that, you can simply pass here text.txt or any file name over here or any directory name. So this is the way. So if you want to change the file name, which is for this test.txt, all you need to do is use this command. So let me just copy this, which refers that we are doing these changes to the file recursive mode, in the recursive mode, and 7 means this file can be read and write and execute by the owner. Another 7 means this can be read and write and execute by the file group, and only 4 means it can be only read by other user, they cannot write and execute. So let me just copy this and go to the terminal, and you'll simply see here that is in the recursive mode 774 was for that permission, and give the test.txt. it is test.txt, which is your file name which you want to give the permission. So if I just hit enter, now if I say lsl, it should be lsela, then you can see now permission has been changed. So you can see it was something that is with the white over here, now it has turned to the green, and you can see the permission now has been changed like here. So it can be read, write, execute by the owner, it can be read, write, execute by the, let me just make bigger. So it can be read, write, execute by the owner, it can also be read, write, execute by the file group, but it can only be read by other person, that is not owner and the file group, which was assigned the number, which was basically assigned by this number, which is 774 over here. So first character is for the owner, second is for the group, and the third one is for the other people or other user that is going to just access this file. So this is the way in order to assign the permission to the file with this mode, read, write and execute mode. And this is the simple options, like we can use the recursive mode, and mostly we'll use this recursive and force mode. and use this mode, and that is basically your read write execute, which should be assigned with this character way, in this octal way, which is basically assigning by this character. 7 refers that they can read write execute, and basically we'll just assign this character to that file name to assign the permission to each of these file names. So this is the way to just use chmod command. In the upcoming lecture we'll see now the further aspect of the Kali Linux and how to just make use of this command in the hacking. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. Let's learn about some basics of networking in this lecture. So first of all, you can see we have these 4 modules that is available in this network, and basically we have this client and server, so they communicate with each other so that we get the services like email and a web page. So there is this browser, which is the client. It make requests to the server which is connected to the network, and it will just get the response as a page to the client web addresses, or basically to the client web browser. So this is the first module, and the next one is very important, and it is IP addresses and the MAC addresses. It is how the device on the network can be found. So if you want to send any information, it is done with these 2 modules, and it is IP addresses and MAC addresses. And particularly MAC address is the logical address in which the device can be found on the network. So based on these MAC addresses, we'll just find the particular machine. So what we can see is the MAC addresses is only the particle, or basically it is only the way so that anyone who is doing illegal work can be traced out. So if you want the anonymity, you have to try hard not to just get a leak of these MAC addresses and even the IP addresses. We'll see that in the lecture where we'll cover how to remain the anonymous in Kali Linux. And you can see the third building block, and it is about the network hubs, switches and the cable. And you know that is we have these connections in order to support the networking, and it is a hardware building block of any network. And the next one is a router and a firewall, and it is about to organize and control the flow of a traffic on the network. So this router will just get the information, and based on that information it will just control the flow of a traffic on the network. So now let's see how we can get the IP addresses and MAC addresses with the Windows. So first of all, let me open this command prompt, and if I just type ipconfig and if I hit enter, you are getting these connections of Wi-Fi, and it is with the LAN adapter. And you can see the 2 addresses over here. One is IP addresses, which is the IP addresses of this machine, and the next one is your MAC address. So this MAC address is different on different computer, so you will have different MAC addresses and IP addresses, and based on these MAC addresses the information will be given to the particular computer correctly. And you can see the gateway right here. So the first subnet of any IP addresses will be the gateway. So you can see that we have the same network, and the first subnet is your gateway, which is default gateway. So you can get this information with the help of ipconfig in the window. Let's see on the Linux. So I have here the Kali Linux, and I'll just say ifconfig, and if I hit enter, then you could see right here we have the ether as in MAC addresses, and the IP addresses is not here because we have not activated any device over here. So we'll see that in the upcoming lecture, but it is the way to see the IP addresses and the MAC addresses in the Linux machine. So back to here, so you can see that we have this data frame containing the header and the data. So data is basically the actual information in the bits, and header is what we contain of these MAC addresses. So we can clearly see that this header is composed of these MAC addresses, which means it has source MAC address and destination MAC address. That means with the header information, you will deliver the information correctly to the particular machine. That means this MAC addresses is a logical addresses which determines where this data should be sent. So you could see that we have this simplified ether data frame. So data frame is composition of the header which contains of this MAC addresses and other information with this data that need to be sent. So you can see our modules are made up of these four informations, and that is client and server, which are the two physical machine that are going to do the connection or the communication, and one will just do the request, another will just give the response. The next one is the IP addresses and MAC addresses. This will determine where the data or information should be sent within the network, and you can see the switch and cables which is going to build us a network. And next one is a router and firewall. They will organize and control the flow of traffic within the network. So let's go down and let's see this page over here which shows this diagram, and this diagram is very important diagram. So let's assume that we have this public network and the private network. So in the private network, the first gateway will be your gateway, default gateway, or first subnet of your network will be the default gateway. So over here we have this machine that is connected to Wi-Fi network, and each of these have these IP addresses. So this .1 refers to these IP addresses and last subnet over here, and you could see that this is going to deliver the information to the computer. So to send an IP packet to the network device, the sender or this router needs to know the IP address of the destination device. So if they don't know the destination device IP address, it is not going to send any information. So the IP address will be used to get the data packet to the final network segment. So in order to deliver the packet to the final destination, the MAC addresses of a destination computer must be also known. So the protocol should be used, and that protocol is ARP protocol, which stands for Address Resolution Protocol. So it is used as an Ethernet broadcast to query the nodes on the network. So query will be something like which node or which of these devices has the IP addresses or a destination IP addresses, and they will say send me that MAC addresses. So that will be the information that is done with the ARP request. So ARP request is done so as to get the MAC addresses, so that information will be sent correctly to that machine. So in order to see that all the node will see that query, that is the query that is done with the ARP request, but only the node or only the computer with that destination IP addresses replies. Other all will ignore that message, and only the machine that has the particular MAC addresses will reply, and in that way there will be the communication. One will send that ARP response, and there will be complete communication with this ARP protocol. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to talk about the way in order to gather the information before beginning to attack or before beginning to pen test any applications or any client. So first of all, what is information gathering? So information gathering is a technique that will help you to explore about the clients. So we'll get the MAC addresses, we'll get the IP addresses, we'll get the ports that is opened in the client side, we'll get the information of the operating system, we'll get all the information that is about the open port, and basically the attacks that can be valid on the client. Because if you even know the operating system that the client is using, you can just get rid of all of these payload that is not available on that operating system. Because if you just see that if I made the attacks on the computer that is not discovered yet, that means I have to make the whole lot of payload. I have to make for the Mac, I have to make for the Linux, and I have to make for the Windows, and I have to try one by one. But if I know directly that the OS is Windows, I can just get rid of all of these payload that is not required in the case of Windows. So that can be important information. And second information is about the IP addresses. So if you are in the same network, you can get easily the IP addresses that is connected to the network. So you can just get the information directly. You can work with the man in the middle attack. You can just DNS spoof, you can just inject some of the keylogger, you can just make a B framework that is to exploit the browser on the client, that is to gain access of Firefox on the client side or any browser on the client side from the DNS or ARP spoofing. So these are the techniques, and this is very important topic because information gathering is not about only the IP addresses and MAC addresses. It will also give the information about the ports that is open. So in this lecture we are not going to code or do anything. The coding section will be in the later part of this course, where we'll just learn how to make this nmap scanner, port scanner with the help of Python programming language, and that will be very interesting lecture because we are going to make whole nmap scanner with the help of Python. But in this lecture we are going to learn about this tool that is given with the Kali Linux. So there are a couple of tools. You can also see the net discover, you can see the auto scan. Auto scan is a third-party library. It doesn't come pre-installed with the Kali Linux. You have to download first auto scan and you have to use it. And the third one is nmap, which is very popular. So let's see this of this tool, and this will be all about this lecture. So before that, just make sure you know about the information gathering and what we can get from the client is very important before hacking to the client, because we have to gain information about not only the user, we have to get information about the machine that user is using. So that will be very important in the first step you should take while hacking any computer. So first of all, what you need to do is, I'll just go to the terminal, and we are going to use the first and very easy method to discover the IP addresses and the MAC addresses that is connected to this network. So that is the critical information that you can gather by the net discover. So if you just see, if I only get the information about the clients that are connected to my network, I can inject the keylogger, I can do multiple tasks using the man in the middle framework and plugin that is given by the man in the middle. So it is also important to know about the clients that is connected on the same network. So that is done by this net discover. So it is the way to use it. If you want the help, you'll just type help over here and you will get all the information about this net discover. You can see we can just put this I to just show that which network interface it is, and after that you can see over here, and basically we have here that is R for the range, and this is to scan on the entire network. So if I want to scan on this particular network, I have to get the IP config and basically will just give the range, so that entire range will be covered and any client that is connected to the particular network will be discovered by this net discover. So let's see, now we have seen the help and the two parameter, and the important parameter over here is I and another is R. So I is for your network interface, R is for your range. So let's use this. Okay, what I'm doing, it is net discover, and after that I'll just put I to specify the interface. In my case it is 000. You can also check over here. If I just create the new window, if config, and you can see we have this interface 000. You can also use this Ethio0 interface, which is the connectivity that is given by the actual network on your computer. So after that you can see that we have this net discover. So next thing is for the range. So I want to discover that is the client connected to this network. That means I have to first give this a subnet, which is 192.168.1.1, and after that if you want to cover that is from this port to maybe 254 more subnet, you have to give this range, which is /24. So this will cover everything that is connected to your network. So if I just hit enter, it is going to give us IP information, it is going to give us the MAC address and the length and the MAC vendor, or basically this is the MAC address vendor. So this is the company which is showing that this product is of Racecom and something like that. So we can clearly see over here we have just discovered some of the networks. which is giving us the IP addresses, MAC addresses, and this is very useful information. If you just gather this, even the IP addresses, it is going to be one of the information and a critical information for your man in the middle attack. So after you just gap that IP addresses, you will inject some code, or you can also inject some payload directly to that IP address, and you will execute that payload and make the complete access to the client computer through the reverse shell. You can also put some update information or fake update information to the client by the man in the middle attack, and you can also get the access to the client from that reverse shell. So we'll just cover this reverse shell, or basically the way to connect to the client in the upcoming lecture. But for now, you can see that we have gathered some information about the IP addresses and the MAC addresses. We'll see how to use them in the next lecture. But for now, you can see that this is the one tool, which is NetDiscover, and we are going to code this whole NetDiscover, or basically Nmap, whole Nmap scanner, port scanner application through our Python code, and we'll just do that from scratch. So we'll see how this work and how we can make use of the Python modules and packages to make this complete application that is available in a Kali Linux. So you could wonder that if there is already application, why we are making it. So here the important part is, if you make by yourself, then it has more chances that it is not detected by the antiviruses. So it doesn't count in the case of the scanner, but it counts in the case of the payload. So if you make your own payload, if you make your own viruses, if you make your own backdoor, if you make your own maybe the malware, then it has less chance to be detected by the antiviruses. Instead of making the payload from this Kali tool, maybe using some frameworks like the Whale framework or Eagle framework and something like that. So instead of using that, you can just make use of your own Python code, your own AutoIt code, your own scripting code, so that you can bypass as much as antiviruses you can and make your code and payload much more effective. So you can clearly see that we have this application which is showing us the IP addresses and the MAC addresses. So the next and important application that we are going to do here is the Nmap. So it is very powerful application, and it has so much range to scan. And basically what happens is, we have the varieties of scanning process that is inside the Nmap, and we are going to code that each of the features of the Nmap with our Python code in the later section, and I have already said you that. So let's search for Nmap, and you can see there is a Genmap. So first of all, let's search for this Genmap. So this is the application that is going to scan us every information of the client that is connected to the computer, same as NetDiscover, but this Genmap is much more advanced than NetDiscover. So you can clearly see the GUI interface. So what you need to do is simply pass here the target. So I want to discover again, that is the same client that is connected to my network, and in order to check for every client, you just give this /24 to cover every subnets of this network. And after that, you can see the command right here. So it has created this command automatically. If you just put the target over here, and here is a profile. So it has so much of profile. You can clearly see over here, you have a ping scan, which is similar to that of NetDiscover. It only gives the information about the MAC addresses and the vendor. It would give information about the IP. And here is intense scan, which is much more powerful. You can also see this quick scan, which is also powerful scan. So first of all, let's see for this ping scan. You can see this scan button right next to it. So let me press here, and you can clearly see that we just got our result within a second, and it is because ping scan doesn't take any much time, and it is faster than NetDiscover. You can see we have the 3 clients that is connected. One is our network interface, or basically our router, and after that you can see here information. One is desktop and everything over here. And the next scan is, I want to check, is a quick scan, and let me just scan it. and it will take obviously the more time than the ping scan, because it is going to discover more information than that of ping scan. And this is very powerful scan. So here you can clearly see we got whole lot of information. So it is giving what vendor it is, MAC addresses in more detail, and it is giving us this port that is opened in this machine. That means we can now search for the vulnerabilities on these services online, and we can just make that is the connection with an expose type application, or you can also use the metasploit to just crack that vulnerabilities and get passed to this network. So you can clearly see we just gather so much information from here. You can see in here that is the open ports that is available on this machine. So this is a quick scan. So let's go for this intense scan and let's see what this will discover. And it is going for now Nmap scan first, and it has been discovering open port, and you will see it has shown for every host that it has tried. So for the host that is not available, it is showing host down, and the host that is available, it is showing host up. So after that you can clearly see we are scanning the 3 hosts. It is still trying, so it is initializing the OS detection. That means it will search which OS these clients are using, and you can clearly see this information are very critical. It can be or basically it has discovered some open port on our gateway, and you can see here some information. It is still running, so it is still scanning for the 2 hosts, and basically it is trying to gather some information about the operating system. So let's wait for some moment. So it is taking more time than we expected, but it is going deep in order to get every information that it can uncover from the clients that is connected to our network. So you could wonder that why this information are so useful. So these clients are basically the computer that is connected to your network. So first thing what you can do with the IP is you can just be man in the middle. That means you can work as a router for the client, and you just say that I'm a router to that client, or to your window machine, or to the machine that you want to hack. So that means every packet that is sent from the client is passed through you or through Kali machine, and every responses that the router give to the client is also from us. That means we can just get every information that is passed to the client. So if the client sends some information related to Facebook account, if they pass the credentials of the Facebook, that is passed through us. So you can get the HTML information, you can just parse that information, you can take information from the get and a post method, and it can be also done by the Wireshark, and we'll learn about the Wireshark and why it is so useful for the hacker in the next upcoming lecture. But you can see now it is still just doing the processes, and now we have got finally the information, and this is very important information. You can write, or you can see right here, it is giving enough information that what version or what engine it is working on the web server. So it has cracked every information that it can done, and you can clearly see some of these desktop information can be critical information to get more about the ports and the vulnerabilities that is on the client, and we'll see how to just crack that in the upcoming lecture. So this will be wrap for this lecture. So before wrapping, this is the Nmap or a Genmap, and this is the whole lot of application. This is very broad application, and we are going to code this. We are going to code the ping scan, we are going to scan for the intense scan and for the quick scan, and this will be covered while we just make the Python code, and this will be very interesting lecture there. So this will be wrap for now, and I think you have got the information about the information gathering. Which information will be important is based on the client. So if you want to hack through social engineering toolkit, then this information won't be too critical, but if you want to hack or if you want to get the vulnerabilities on the machine directly, then this information is must. So this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. So until this moment, we have covered all the basics that is important for us in the case of networking, but you could wonder why we need this type of information to gather in order to work with the client or in order to hack the client. So basically what happens is the most of the attacks that is available in the Kali Linux is when you enter into the network. So if the client and your machine, which in this case it is obviously the Kali Linux, so if these two machines are in the same network, then the hacking would be so much easier, because there is so many interface, so many application that is available to attack the client if you are in the same network. So first of all, you have to gather the information about the network that the client is connected to, and after that you can just sniff the packet and you can just track that packet, you can analyze that packet and get all the information, and basically you can also hack the client from the backdoor if you get enough information. So we have already seen how to gather the information and all stuff in the previous lecture, but now in this lecture we are going to talk about the interfaces that is available, and the first one is the manage mode and another is the monitor mode. So we have talked about the MAC addresses, isn't it? We learned how this MAC addresses is so much powerful tool to get the packet delivered to the right position. So the packet usually have these two headers in the form of source MAC addresses and destination MAC addresses, which determines that the source is basically the machine, or the basically it is the source which generates that information, and the destination is who receives that packet. So there is these addresses which is basically the MAC addresses, and these are dedicated so that the packet determines or packet is reached to the actual position and the packet is not lost. So that is the importance of MAC addresses we saw in the previous lecture. But if you want to track the packets and if you want to get all the packet information that is inside that network, it is not possible by the default mode, because we have learned that in the default mode of wireless configuration, only the packet that has the destination MAC is only getting that access to that packet. But in this Kali Linux, we want that access to the packet that is not only reaching to the Kali Linux, but we want the packet that is also going to another client, or basically we want to get the packet that is also sent to maybe the client machine or hacker machine, or basically hacker machine is this Kali Linux. So obviously we are getting the packet that is reached to the Kali Linux, but not only that, we want to get the packet that is reaching to the client side, or that is reaching to Windows machine, or the machine that is going to be victim. So we want to get every information of the packet that is reaching to the client machine. So let's see how we can do that. So first of all, what you need to do is open the terminal, and here if I say iwconfig, you are going to get the information about the interfaces you have connected. So I have this WLAN 0, which is wireless network adapter I have connected, and you could see here that the mode is manage mode. So there is a two type of mode. So one mode is a manage mode and another is a monitor mode. So this manage mode is a default configuration. That means the packet that is sent only to the Kali Linux is only can be, or it is only responsible to send the packet only to the Kali Linux. So we cannot monitor, basically we cannot get access, or basically we cannot get any information regarding to the packet that is sent to the another machine. We are only getting the packet that is sent to this machine or to the Kali Linux. But if I want to snip the packet that is sent in this window machine, then it is not possible, because we are in this manage mode, and the manage mode is a default mode. It is not going to do anything about the information that is sent to the another machine. So first of all, if you want the information that is sent to this machine, which is this window machine, you have to first connect to the same network, because in this case we are going to snip the packet, and that is the main reason that we want to get the information about the network. So in order to get information, or in order to hack the network, we'll just talk about some of the ways in the later lectures, but for now let's talk about these two modes. So first of all, you could see we have the manage mode, and it is a default mode. We are not getting any information of the packet that is sent to another machine on the same network. We are getting only the information that is sent to this Kali machine. So that is a manage mode. So another mode is very important mode, and that is a monitor mode. So what happens in a monitor mode is we are now able to get any information that is of the packet which is sent to other client, or basically to other computer that is connected to the same network. So that is a monitor mode. So you have to change this mode to the monitor mode if you want to get the information of a packet that is sent across the Wi-Fi range, or basically not only this window machine, not only this window, if any other devices, maybe the mobile devices, is connected to the network that is to the same network, it will also capture that information that is sent from that mobile network, or that is received by that mobile. So in order to change, we have this application here, it's earmon-ng. So this is going to change our manage mode to the monitor mode. So this is the application. So first of all, let me just enter earmon-ng, and let me just hit enter, and you are going to get the information about the interface over here and the chipset. So this is my USB connection, and you could see the driver over here. Interface is WLAN 0, and it is manage mode. It has not been changed to the monitor mode. So you can see the information right here. So if you want to change now from this manage mode to our monitor mode, which is able to capture all the information, and I have told already the importance of the monitor mode. So now if you want to change it, you first type earmon-ng, it is the application, and after that we'll just say start WLAN 0. So this is our interface, WLAN 0, and if I hit enter, it is going to kill the network manager, DHCP client, and everything. So these are the application or a process that is going to give us the internet connection. So now you could see clearly we are now in the manage mode, or basically we have changed from the manage mode to the monitor mode over here, and it is normal to get cut off from the network access. So if I just run the Firefox, then let me say I want to go to maybe YouTube, then you could see I'm getting this internet access, but it is not from this WLAN 0. It is from the another interface, and in this case if I say I have config, then you will see we don't have any connection from this WLAN 0 mode, which is my monitor mode. We are getting this internet connection from this Ethio 0. So you will have the internet connection, but it is not from now network interfaces, because our network interfaces is down. So that is importance of this part. So next thing what you need to know is, if you want to get any information that is sent over this Wi-Fi range, you have to be in this monitor mode, and after you get into the monitor mode, you will get cut off from the internet connection. But if you have any other interface that is active, you will obviously get that internet connection like we see in our lecture. So next thing what you need to do is, if I now say that is IW config, and this is going to give information about these interfaces, and I'll just say WLAN 0 mon. So in your case, this monitor mode can have the different name. In your case, it can be something like mon 0. So this can be also the next monitor mode. So what you need to do is simply type ifconfig and see what this WLAN 0 is changed to. So in my case, it is WLAN 0 mon. It can be mon 0 for your case, like this. And if it is also the WLAN 0 mon, then you will see that if I hit enter, now you could clearly see our mode has been changed from the manage mode to the monitor mode. Now we can get information of all the packet that is not only sent to us, but it is also sent, or basically the packet that is sent to this machine or any machine that is connected to this network or to this IP host or IP range or Wi-Fi range, whatever you call. So the mode to change from the manage mode is by using this Airmon NG application. We'll see also the next technique in the upcoming lecture, but it is the simple and most effective way to change from the default mode of manage mode to the monitor mode. And this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So in the previous lecture we saw how we can just get from the manage mode to this monitor mode using this old method of Airmon NG. So what you need to do now is, after you start that Airmon NG, you can also stop it using Airmon NG stop. And in this case we don't have WLAN 0 as interface, because you could clearly see we have WLAN 0 mon. So if I hit enter, and now our interface is back to normal, you can simply say iwconfig or iwconfig WLAN 0, and you could see now we are back to our manage mode. Now you can get access to your internet connection, but we are again to the manage mode. So manage mode is the default mode, and it is not going to sniff any packet that is across the Wi-Fi range. It is only going to trace the packet that is only sent to this machine. So now let's talk about another effective method to convert from this manage mode to our monitor mode. So let's talk about that, and it is the very effective way to do that. So I have already shown you. Now we are in this manage mode, which is the default mode. Now let's convert it. So first of all, as always, in order to just convert from the manage mode to the mode which is the monitor mode, you have to first make your WLAN 0 down. That means we have to just make cutoff of that network interface. So if you want to convert maybe the MAC addresses, or if you want to convert from this mode to another mode, you have to first get away from your internet connection. That is by cutoffing your, or basically we'll just remove that network interface first. So if I hit enter, now if I just wait for a moment, if I just say ifconfig, you'll see that we don't have now interface which is WLAN 0, because we can clearly see we use this method to remove our interface. Now we have to change to the monitor mode. So if you want to change to the monitor mode, you can do with this command, and I want WLAN 0 and the mode will be monitor mode. So we'll just change this to the monitor mode. So this is the command. So if I hit enter, and now it is saying I have config unknown host, because this is not the command. So command is iwconfig. iwconfig is required to change to the monitor mode. So this is the command. So mode is monitor. Let's hit enter. Now our mode will be changed. So we have to make back, that is our network interface or network card, back to up. So I'll just say ifconfig WLAN 0 up is the command, and if I hit enter, now our WLAN 0 is up and running. So if you want to see if we have changed our interface to the monitor mode, or basically if I change to the monitor mode, what you need to do is iwconfig WLAN 0. This is going to give the information now that the mode has been changed from that manage mode to the monitor mode using this. So first of all, we made use of this command which will just remove our WLAN 0 interface. Next is using this iwconfig command to change the mode to the monitor mode. We make back that is network interface by this command, and after that we can see that now WLAN 0 is in monitor mode. So if you want to change, or basically if you want to get the information of the network that is connected to that network range, or basically if you want the information of the client that is connected to that network, you will do that with this aerodump png application, and this is the application that will show you all the information of the client. Now in the previous case, in this case which was done in the previous lecture, we just used this Airmon NG, and this Airmon NG was the application that is going to give us the monitor mode, but the name, you could clearly see the name was changed from WLAN 0 to this is WLAN 0 mon. but in this case we didn't change the name. So name is WLAN0 only. We didn't change something like WLAN0 mon. We just kept that same name, which is WLAN0. So if you just change, that is the name, or basically if you change the mode from the manage mode to the monitor mode using this method, which is airmoneng method, you have to first type here WLAN0 mon, because that will be the interface. But in this case we didn't change the name, that is the name, while changing from manage to monitor. We just kept that is same name. That means if you want to use the aerodump.ng by this example, then you have to put only WLAN0, not mon. But if you use the method that we did in the previous lecture using the airmoneng, you have to pass here WLAN0 mon. So now we'll just use aerodump.ng and WLAN0 because we want to see all the client that is connected to the network. If I hit enter, then you will now get the information of the packets, or basically it will see. So it is just connecting, so it hasn't shown any till now. So let's wait for a moment. Maybe my connection is out of here. So let me pause for a moment and get back to my connection again one more time and show you what is the BSS ID, that is a MAC addresses and the stations and everything information. So now let's test all the network that is connected. So I'm back with my interfaces, that is WLAN0. Again, it is in the manage mode. You can do either of the process, that is by doing down and up and again configuring. So that is long method. I'll just use airmoneng, and either of these will work. So first of all, what you need to do is airmoneng start WLAN0. We have seen in the previous lecture. Now our card will be down, and now the interface is WLAN0 mon. So in your case it can be mon0. And now what you need to do next is we have to use aerodump, because now if I see the configuration, then you'll see it is in the monitor mode. So we can just crack or trace every packet that is going from this from basically the gateway. So aerodump.ng and the interface name here is WLAN0 mon. So if I hit enter, now you could see every information of the client basically that is connected to this network, or basically you will get this is not the client, but it is getting us the information about the network. So what did I told? So it is only getting the information about the network that is available, because this aerodump.ng is going to get every Wi-Fi range that is near your devices, and it is going to give us about the information of this gateway, or basically about the information of the network. So these are all the network that is available in my area. So in your area it can be more or less, but we have this network that is to be hacked. In the next lecture we'll see how we can just get access to this network using the method to hack, and basically we'll see how we can trace, or how we can just get the information of the key, that is this WPA key, and how we can get into that system in the next lecture. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. Now we'll see how to crack WPA key of any network. So first of all, I have already told you, in order to get all the packet that is sent across the Wi-Fi range, you have to first get your Wi-Fi card into the managed, or basically from the managed to the monitor mode. So let's check our configuration, and in my case it is on the monitor mode, and if you are in the managed mode, first convert into the monitor mode, and we saw how to do that with the two processes in the previous lecture, and hope you have just got through that lecture. And first of all, let's convert that manage mode to the monitor mode, otherwise this is not going to work. So now let's see what are the connections, that is what are the range of Wi-Fi we have over here. So I'll just say aerodump.ng, and I want every Wi-Fi that is near my devices, and in the case it is WLAN0 mon, the interface which is in the manage mode or monitor mode. So let's see. Okay, these are all the connections that we have here. And now let's see, we want to attack this network, which is my network, and don't attack any other network which you don't have any permissions. So after giving that disclaimer, let's go and see how we can just crack this password of this network. So first of all, let me just close this one, and you could see that instead of this network, you have this network that is sending so much of data. That means there is so much of active clients that is connected to this network. So let's see how we can first let me just close this connection. And if you have any connection that is having the WEP or WPS enabled, you have so many of applications in the Kali Linux. You can just open the application list, hover to this number 6 saying wireless attack, and you have this bunch of applications. So my personal favorite over here is the Fern Wi-Fi cracker and the River. So if you want the GUI interface, open this Fern Wi-Fi cracker. If you want the terminal, then you can go with another Wi-Fi or a River. So you could see that this is the application, and it has shown that there is a new version available. So I don't want. So let's click the interface. So the interface is WLAN 0. And wait for a moment, and it is giving some tips that we don't want. Scan for the access point, that is scan for the Wi-Fi range, and let's wait for some moment. And it has shown that it has been active, and it has cracked that there is 7 WPA based Wi-Fi network, or 10. So it had got the 11 or maybe the 11. So if I go to my network, you could see that it support WS. It is encryption with the WPA. And basically what happens is, with this Fun Wi-Fi cracker, it will just inject its own word list and try to crack that network. So if I say Wi-Fi attack, then it is it is just saying select a word list. So next thing what you can do is make your own word list with the Cronch application. We'll see that in the next minute, but you can just make your own word list and use this GUI interface to crack any WPA. But we are not going to do with this because this is a easier process and anyone can do this. So what our aim is to make use of AeroDumpNG, and the way that network layer works is basically we have to deauth some of the clients so as to get the handshake. So basically we are using that is a handshake protocol to send the packet, and basically we'll just acknowledge that packet, and we'll just use the word list to crack this WPA. So you can do with this Fun Wi-Fi cracker too. So this is also one process. I have shown how to do it. Just browse here, get your dictionary file that can be made with the Cronch application, and just attack that Wi-Fi. So this is the first process. Let's go to the another application. So over here we have this River. So let's open that again, and we have this River. So this River has this example right here. So this is very important module, and I'll just say River, and the interface should be the monitor mode. So I have already shown you the monitor mode is WLAN 0 mode in our case, and B is for BSSID, which is the MAC address of this machine or of your gateway. So I want to attack this, so I'll just use this BSSID. I'll just paste it right here, and we have this argument that is v. So this double V is for verbose attack. That means it will just get everything that is available. So you can see this V stands for verbose and displays non-critical warning. So we are just forcing to just crack this key of this network. So if you just hit enter now, then it is going to do its tasks. It is going to just receive the beacon, and it is doing everything that is needed to crack the network. So you could see the vendor information, and it will just start this cracking with every key that it has. So let me just close this. I don't want to do with this process also. So let's go to the last application that we have here, and it is this Wi-Fi. So it is right here. So this is the similar to that of River. It will also open in the terminal. You can see all the application. It is also saying the verbose. You have to give the client only check, and you can use this WPS in order to show the WPS enabled network only. So you can just crack WPS enabled network with this Wi-Fi. So it is very easier process. You can do similar with this Wi-Fi too. So now let's use our Aerodump ENG in order to crack that WPA network. So first of all, as always, we'll just get this network information, and you will see that all the information having this channel and which is active or something like that, and you could see the name right here. So make sure which network you want to attack. So after that, I'll just make use of this Aerodump PNG now, which is the application, and after that we have this BSS ID. So this is to just input that BSS ID. So just use that BSS ID which you want to attack. So in my case it is right here. I'll just copy it and I'll just paste it down here. So this is the BSS ID, and next one is channel. So if you want to just put C, it should be done with this single dash, but if you want to include whole of this channel name, then you will just include with this double dash dash. So if the argument is only one character, go with single dash. If you want to include whole name, go with the double dash. Now let's see the channel. So you could see channel right here, it is 6th. So let's put 6 here. So after that you have to capture the handshake and pass to some file. So I'll just say write, and write is basically to write that handshake, and I'll just say I want to write and give the name to that as a demo handshake. So this is our demo handshake file, and the interface here is WLAN 0 mon. So you could see we are using this Aerodump ENG as a tool, and BSS ID is basically the argument which refers to this network. Channel is 6, and write is basically to write the handshake that we get from here. So what happens is basically this command will send the handshake packet. So just remember, handshake is just something like you are connecting to the network. So you are sending some packet from this Aerodump ENG to the network, and every time that the client that is connected to the network, so there will be some client, otherwise if there is no client on that network connected to that network, then this is not going to work. So at least there should be one client that is connected to network, because in that case, if the network is basically if the network is empty, that means we don't have any handshake. So if this process has to work, there should be at least one client that should be connected to that network. And after that it's connected, or basically after maybe a time comes that there will be disconnection of that client from that network, and we'll just send this handshake packet so as to give that is a connection. So what happens is every time the client needs to connect to the network, we'll just send this handshake packet, and there will be handshake communication between that network and our network, or with this Aerodump PNG, and we'll just capture that handshake and we'll use the word list to see what the password is. So basically with this command what we are saying is just give the handshake to the client, or basically to the network, and every time that client to connect to that network, will just get handshake acknowledge packet, and you'll use that in the form of this demo handshake, which we just give here as a name, and we'll crack with another application. So let's see, if I hit enter, then it is going to do its tasks. But if you see, we didn't have any that handshake package over here. So if there was handshake between the client and this machine, it should have give information like something that is WPA handshake information right here, but there is nothing information right here. And you could see the BSS ID, which is the network, and the client. So that means there is two client that is connected to this network. So you could clearly see we have these two client that is connected. That means this is possible, we can crack, because there is at least one client. But now we have to wait until this client try to reconnect to that network, which is nearly, it will just take so much time if you need to do with this process, because we don't even think when we need to reconnect. Because if maybe due to some conditions the client may reconnect, but we have to wait till that moment. We have to wait till that moment when we just get the reconnection from the client to that network. So we have to wait if you want to handshake with this process. But we have the next process, which is basically what we'll do is we'll use some time to de-auth that client from that network. So we'll just make a complete disconnection of that network to the client, and after some second maybe, and they will just try to reconnect. and we'll just get that handshake, and we'll see that now. So first of all, we have to deauth. So let me just open the new terminal because we can't do over here. This is going to do its tasks, and now we have to deauth. So deauth is basically same as that we have to disconnect the device for some time from the network. So we'll use any of these devices that is here, the client or station, and we'll just deauth for some time, and basically we'll just get the handshake. So let's use that, and we have the some command to do that, and let's see how we can do this. So there is airplay ng, and this is very powerful tool, and with this it is airplay, and now we have to use this deauth command. So this deauth is going to disconnect your network, or basically disconnect any station right here for some time. So let me see, I want this to be disconnected from some time. So let's copy this because this is the station, and now before that you have to, okay, let me open it. So in this deauth you have to first give some time. So in this case I want 4 seconds, maybe 5 seconds, so it's up to you. So I want to deauth for 4 seconds, and A is for this BSSID, and let me just copy this first. So if I just copy this and paste it right here, and after the BSSID I want the client. So client is with this C argument, and let's use any of these clients. So I want this client, so let's copy this. Okay, any of the client, you can just capture any of the client, it's up to you. So we are just basically saying that deauth from this network, so you can just take any of these client. So after that you have to give the interface, which is in this monitor mode. So this is the command to deauth any of the client from this network. So you first use this airplay ng, and this is very powerful tool because we have to crack the handshake from the word list using this same application, which is airplay ng. And this airplay ng has this argument which is deauth, which is with the some time, that is the 4 second. We have just given a 4 second, and after 4 second the client will try to reconnect, and in that case we'll just capture that handshake. So let me just hit enter, and it is sending everything that it says, and let's wait for some time. You could now clearly see right away we have this handshake. It is saying that we have this WPA handshake right here. That means we are able to capture the WPA handshake. We just deauth this client from the network, and we just get that handshake. Now what you need to do is create a word list. So first process is sending a packet, which is handshake packet from the airplay ng, or basically aerodrome. It is aerodrome what we just did here. So first we use aerodrome to send that handshake. Second is we just deauth some of the client, or basically we disconnected for the client for some time, which we did in this case. So next, third case is to create the word list and use this handshake against that word list to crack the number, or to crack the key or the password of that WPA based network. So let's see how we can do that. So I'll just open the new terminal one more time, or you can also use with this. So I'll just use new one, and over here what you need to do is use the cronch application. So cronch application is the application that is going to give us the word list. So word list is basically the collection of a digits or a number that this WPA, or basically the network, use. So you could see the application, or basically this network, will have the password. So password can be collection of a digits, collection of a special characters, it can be the collection of a number, or everything. It can be the collection of alphabets. So we have to create that using this crunch. So I'll just say crunch, and after that you have to give the minimum number of the word. So I'll just say I want from 4 to 6 characters, because it is a usually standard case. You will have the application having these 6, or maybe the 6 to maybe 10. So this can be the standard, but I'll just make a simple word list because it can be, if you use that, it can be the size of 1 GB. So I don't want that because we are just using this as a sample case. You can also download this crunch application, or basically instead of just making use of crunch application, you can download the word list from the online. So you can go to some browser and search for crunch word list. It will just give you the bunch of a word list that can have the variety of sizes. It can be from 1 GB to 10 GB. So you can download that and work against this handshake. And after that, I'm just giving you the sample over here how to use the crunch to just create the word list. So you use the crunch, and 4 is the minimum, 6 is the maximum. After that, you have to give the variety you want be included basically in your password. So maybe I want the password from ABCDE. So I want the password from ABCDE. It can be the collection of any digits, and I want that. So next thing what you need to do is where you want to store, that is your output. So we are giving this O to say that it is the output, and I'll just say word list is my output, and if I hit enter, it is going to do its tasks, and it has shown that it has generated, that is the number of line there. You could clearly see the number of line. So if you want to see the information of that file, you'll use the cat and a word list, and if I hit enter, it is the list of a password that it has generated using ABCDE. So you could see we have this bunch of line. So next thing what you need to do is use this against this handshake, and we'll just cover that in the next lecture. But before wrapping that, we have this crunch application, and there is another argument that is available in this crunch application, and that is to just make some patterns. So we'll use that in order to create some patterns that we need. So what I want is I want to use the crunch application, that is the same application, and you could also see over here that it has given some commands. So let me just grab it. So instead of writing by myself, I'll just grab it and I'll just show you what this means. So let me just paste, but I'm not going to run this because you could see it is let me just close this. We don't want because this will be so much bunch of application that I'll just have to run for an entire day if you want this crunch of the word list. So let's go over here, let's go. Okay, it was right here. Okay, where is the command? Let's go down. It has already started, so it should be okay. Where is the okay? It is, where was the command? So I'll just copy one more time, new window, and I want to copy right here, paste right here, and this does not contain, that is, let me just go over here and show you. So what this means is use the crunch. 8 is basically the minimum and 8 is maximum. That means we just want to create the word list that contains only 8 characters, and after that this is the range we want to cover. So we want everything that is included from this A to Z, that means any alphabet. And after that we have this, that is T. So this is very important. So this is the T, that is the argument, and you know this O pattern is to just determine where this word list should be. So let me just grab this one and I'll just show you what this means. So let's go right down over here, and let me just paste this, and you could see now that this is the T argument, and T argument refers to the pattern. So pattern is basically this, you can see the @ sign over here and 1980s. That means it should end with 1980, the password should end with 1980, and there can be any digit or any number over here. And you could see we have given the 8 characters to be the final password. That means 4 should be always the character, that is always the number 1980s, and after that the 4 can be anything, because we want the 8 digit. You can clearly see we have the 8 digit, and for the pattern, that if you want to do anything over here, then it should be with the @. So @ defines the each character, so it can be A to Z, and this @ also defined, it can be from A to Z, and for this 4 there can be from A to Z, and after that it should end with 1980s. So this is the pattern you can include to your crunch list. with this t argument, and the next one is to output, and output is basically to show where this file should be saved. So this will be wrapped in this lecture. We'll just create this word list and work against the WPA handshake to crack the password of this network in the next lecture. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. So let's start revising some of these terms before actually cracking our WPA. And first of all, what we did was we just first of all converted from this manage mode, which was the default mode of this wireless extension, to this monitor mode, because we want every bit of packets that is sent over the Wi-Fi range to be captured, because we want to see all of these basically all of this information of the Wi-Fi range or Wi-Fi. And after that we saw how we can just get the information about this Wi-Fi, and after that we use this arrow dumping ng in order to just capture the handshake, and we just wrote that handshake in this file, which is handshake file. And next thing what we did over here was we just use that deauth of airplay ng in order to just disconnect your client from that network for a certain time, and after they try to reconnect after that 4 seconds, or you can just specify any seconds over there, they will just capture that handshake right over here. And I had shown you before that how we just got this handshake, which is WPA handshake, and we use now this crunch to create the word list, and you use this to create the word list and save over here, which is the word list. So let's start using this word list against that WPA handshake. So first of all, let me just remove everything over here, and let's go over here and let me say ls. You could see that I have, let me zoom in. So this is the handshake that we captured. We had given this name demo handshake, and you could see we have so much of these packets over here. The information, you can also see that we have the CSV, we have all of these, that is the file, but the handshake which we are going to use is this cap file. So now next thing what you need to see is the word list. So we have created this word list. So in order to see the word list, I'll just say cat word list, and you will see that this is the simple word list that we have created. And now I want to just change this word list using this nano and word list, because we don't have the actual password of this word list right here. So I'll just say nano word list, and if I hit enter, then it is going to just open that file. So over here I don't have the actual password, so let's go down over here and let me just include my actual password. So let's go down, and it doesn't matter how much down you are, it is matter of either or not the actual password is inside here. So I'm just using this actual key or a password over here, and let me save this using Ctrl O to save and Ctrl X to exit. Now if I see again this word list, this contains so much of line, and in one line we have the actual password that we just edited. So you could see this is the file, and it contains this information. And where is our actual keyword? That should be right here somewhere. So let's see if we just edited and saved properly or not. There should be somewhere over here. So let's go over here. It was maybe right at the top. Okay, I didn't see, but there should be somewhere. So let's go down and use this in order to see our password. So the application that you are using is earcrack ng now to crack against that word list. So I'll just say earcrack ng, and we have to now use the handshake. So in our case the handshake is stored in that cap file, so you can also list that. So let me just open the new terminal, and if I say ls, this is going to be our handshake, which is demo1. So let's see demo handshake, and that is o1 dot cap. So this is our handshake file, and after that you have to just use the word list. So I'll just say word list, and that is word list, because you can see the word list is also in this home directory where we have this demo, which is for the demo handshake. So now you could see this is only the bunch of keyword that we just write here, saying that earcrack.ng is the application, it is the handshake that we want to use, and the word list is W, and W specify that this is the word list. So now if I hit enter, then it is going to give us the information about the keywords, or basically the password. So if I hit enter, now it had tested, and you could see how quick it was, because obviously the word list was small. In the real scenario or in the real world, the word list will be very much heavier than this, so it can be 1 GB or something like that. But here we just made some MB of word list, and it has found this keyword, and this is my actual, that is password. So let me just copy this, go over here, let me first disconnect it, and let me okay, we have to forget this first of all. So I have here, that is a forget option, so I'll just say I want to forget this, and let's go back and make sure we have copied this, or you can simply write over here if this is actual key or not. So it is Sachin101955, and let's see if this connects or not, and it will just say yes, and I'll say, and it has been connected. So that means we have successfully found the key of that WPA against this word list. Obviously the word list contain the actual password. I have inserted it manually, but in real scenario it will be very large, and it will contain some of the word list or word that is not your password. That means it will just process every, and it will just take some time, which is obviously more than this, because it has taken only the 0 second in my case. So this will be wrap for this lecture. I just wanted to show you how we can just crack the WPA instead of the making the word list or cracking the actual password. So I want to show you how we can just deauth some of the client from the network to get the handshake, and basically we can just capture the handshake and work that handshake against the word list to crack our password. So this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. Let's talk about man in the middle attack. So you can see this picture represents your network, and this private represents that is the within the some area or within some network. So the first gateway or the first subnet will be your default gateway, and this .20 and .21 are the clients that is connected to this network. So to send an IP packet to any network device, the sender needs to know the IP addresses of the destination device. The addresses will be assigned to get the data packet to the final network segment. So in order to deliver the packet to the final destination, the MAC addresses of that destination computer must be known. And there is a protocol known as ARP protocol, which stands for Address Resolution Protocol, which uses an Ethernet broadcast to query the nodes on the network. So basically it will ask something like which node or which computer has the IP addresses, and that will just say send me your IP addresses or send me your MAC addresses if anyone has these IP addresses, and the node that has these certain IP addresses will just respond to that request, and other will simply ignore that. So the connection is between that network client and a server only by the ARP protocol, which is Address Resolution Protocol. So you can see how important it is, the MAC address, to determine the correctness of your information. So basically the information will be delivered back to that client on the base of that MAC addresses. So the data, the final data frame will look like something this. it will just contain the header and the data. So data is your portion of a data, and there is a header which contains your destination MAC addresses, so as to confirm that this data frame is delivered to that particular computer or to particular node that is connected to network. So let's now see the man in the middle. So we just get the basics about the ARP protocol. Now let's see this man in the middle flow. So this is the normal flow. So client will just request some page and server will just render that. So this is your normal flow, and there is a man in the middle, and this man in the middle is basically a hacker. And basically what happens is, instead of just sending data or sending requests to directly to the server, it will be sent from this hacker machine. So we have already told, in order to send the correct information to the client, or in order to send correct request to the server, it will just see the MAC addresses. So what we'll do is, we'll just change this client MAC addresses to the MAC addresses of this machine. So our machine will be Kali Linux, and we'll just change the Kali Linux MAC addresses to be the client MAC addresses. And so what happens is, now the server will not send directly to client, instead it will send to this. The packet will be sent based on that MAC addresses, so that we have changed the MAC addresses now to of this client to be the MAC addresses of this person. So instead of sending the responses directly to the client, it will send from here, and will also connect now to this client from here. That means the request and responses are from this man in the middle. That means we are now hacker will just trace every packet that is sent and received from the server to the client, and will analyze that using the Wireshark. Will do so much of stuff like using the screenshot or using to inject the keylogger. So that will be done in the upcoming lecture. We'll see all the framework, all the argument that is given with this man in the middle framework. So you can see the clear example of this man in the middle with this picture. So the hacker in here is impersonating both sides of the conversation to gain the access to the funds. So this example holds true for a conversation with the client and a server, as well as person-to-person conversation. In this example, we saw that the attacker intercepts a public key, and with that public key, that can transpose his own credentials to trick the people on either into believing that they are talking to the another securely. So you can clearly see it has sent over your key. That means the man in the middle will send its key, and they will assume that this victim will assume that they are just communicating with each other, but instead they are just going through this man. So at last it will just crack every information of this victim, so that the fund will be into his account and not into his, or basically not into either of these account. It will be only on this man in the middle. So basically it is the interceptor. It will get every information through it. That means it will just get every access to the information that is sent over the network. So this is the man in the middle. We'll see now that how this man in the middle framework works in live action. So that will be covered in the next lecture, and that will be done with the help of Kali Linux. So see you in the next one. We have seen the theory behind the man in the middle in the previous lecture. Now let's see the man in the middle attack in the action. So first of all, you will just open the terminal, and let me just resize it. Now this man in the middle framework does not come pre-installed on the Kali Linux. That means you have to install it manually. But before that, we have so much of package. We can also do this ARP spoofing. So basically what happens is, we're just spoofing the MAC addresses of the client to our MAC addresses, and we have seen that in the basic section or a theory section how man in the middle work. But you can see this technique is called the ARP spoofing. So you can also do this technique using the ARP spoofing, which is normal technique. And next is using the man in the middle framework. So ARP spoofing can be done without installing any package, but if you want to use man in the middle framework, which contains so much of payload, you can run after you just perform the ARP spoofing. So we'll just see that the framework over here, which is the man in the middle framework. So before that you have to install that. So first of all, let's update all of our sources. So let me say apt-get update. Now this is going to take some time, and obviously I have not updated my sources, so let's give some time. So let me just pause for a moment. Let me just wait for some moment. So let me just pause it over here, and I'll just get back to you after we just update it. So I have already updated. So next thing is to install that package. So it is done with apt-get install. Okay, I just left yen over there. So apt-get install, and the framework is man in the middle framework. So if I hit enter, so make sure that before it you have to just update your package, and it is showing me that man in the middle framework is already the newest version. I have already installed man in the middle framework, but in your case it will just install, it will just upgrade some of the packages, and you will do something that is saying that man in the middle framework has installed on your machine and you are good to go. So we have already seen how this man in the middle framework works on the theory. Let's see how this works on this Kali machine. So the basic theory over here is we'll just make changes on the client machine MAC addresses. So we're just doing is ARP spoofing. We are just changing the MAC addresses of client to that MAC addresses of Kali machine, so that every packages that is sent or request from that client to the router is done from us, which is from the Kali machine. So let's go over here. So we are just here, and let me just clear here. Now let's use that man in the middle framework, which is this man in the middle framework. And first of all, it is the ARP spoofing. So I'm just saying it is ARP spoof, and the next is gateway. So gateway is first subnet of your network. So let me just open the new terminal, and if I say ifconfig, this is going to give us the information of IP address. So first subnet in this network is gateway, so that means 192.168.1. So I have told you that first subnet, so first subnet is 1. So this is your gateway. So next thing what you need to add is your targets. So I'll just say target. So if you don't add this target, it is going to just ARP spoof on every machine that is connected to the network. So we want that the target should be specific. That means we are only targeting to one machine, and in my case it will be this machine, which is this window machine. So in this window machine I am just doing that is ifconfig, ipconfig, not if, it is ipconfig, and you see this is the IP address of this window machine, which is 192.168.1.14. 2.168.1.14. so it is the IP address, which is the target. So next thing is the interface, and the interface here is WLAN 0, which is my network card. So now it is the command that we are going to run, which is the ARP spoof command with this man in the middle framework, and we just passed here gateway, which is the first subnet of this network. Next is the target. We want to just target this window machine over here, and the interface is WLAN 0. So let me just hit enter now, and now our man in the middle framework is up and running. Now let's go over here, and let me show you that this ether is the MAC addresses of our Kali machine. So you could see right here, if I just press ifconfig, it is going to give us the MAC addresses of this Kali machine. Let's go to our window machine now. So this is my window machine. So what am I going to do in the here is I want to list that is ARP table. So in order to list that, we have this ARPA command, which is for all, and if I hit enter, now it was something before that the MAC addresses was something different, but now if you clearly see in this internet SS, which is our interface, this is showing that the MAC address is right here. So you could see the interface had changed the IP addresses, and it had changed this MAC addresses right here. If you see with this ARP table that the MAC addresses, this MAC addresses is not the original MAC addresses of this Windows, but this MAC address is the MAC address of Kali. So let's go over here, and let's see right here, and let me just open the command prompt. Then you could compare. This is the MAC addresses which is right here. So we are successfully changing the MAC addresses which is of this window machine to the MAC addresses of this Kali machine. That means anything that is passed or packet, basically we have already told in the from the previous lecture that packet is sent from the source MAC address to the destination MAC address. So we are now saying that send that packet to us, not directly to the client. We're saying that send that packet to us first. We'll just analyze that packet and we'll just send to the client, because now we're just doing is ARP spoofing. We're changing our MAC addresses of this window to our window, that basically to our Kali machine. That means packet will be sent through us so that we can analyze every packet. So now anything you serve on that window machine will have the information printed right here. Let's see if this works or not. So I'm just using Firefox in my window machine. So first of all, I'll just use the some website. So let's open this, and this is my website. So let's go back to this machine which is our Kali machine. You could see the information that is printed right here. So it is surfing Trans Nepal, which is obviously correct because I have just searched over here, and this is the information that we just printed. If I say the username, maybe Sachin, and the password is also Sachin, then let's log in. And let's go back to our Kali machine and let's see if this captures anything. So it has not captured anything, and that is because we are not going anywhere from this site. So if we just redirect to any site, that means it has some problem with this link. So let's test for next website. So let's test for this website, which is the test website. So if I just search here something like arts, and if I just press go, let's go back to our Kali machine, and you could see now we have this post data right here, and the post data is for this website, and we have searched for the arts, which is perfectly correct because we were searching, we were writing something over there. So let's search for another site. Let's go, or basically we'll just go to the sign up, and let's see here the username. Let me say, okay, Sachin is my username, and I want to give the password also Sachin. And now let's log in this. Then let's go back to our Kali machine, and let's see over here that it has again the post data with this website, and the username is Sachin and the password is also Sachin. So we are successfully capturing the data. But if you see, it is not the website for the HTTPS, it is only for this HTTP. So there is no encryption whatsoever in this website. So let's test this for maybe Google, and let's search for something, maybe let's say I want to search for cricket or something like that, and go over here, and you could see nothing right here. You won't get anything that is with this HTTPS connection, or basically you can see that is locked icon over here. It is showing us it is a secured connection, and obviously this is the secured connection, and we didn't get any information that is with this HTTPS over here. But we'll see how to just crack this, and we'll just use the SSL strip command and something like that in the upcoming lecture, and we'll just see how man in the middle framework gives us a tool that can be inject on the client and do multiple stuff. So that will be covered in the upcoming lecture. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we'll see how to use the tools that are provided with the man in the middle framework. So first of all, if I just open my terminal and type man in the middle framework and help, then you'll see all of the tools that are available with this man in the middle. You can see we can inject the keylogger, we can just take the screenshot, we can just do something that is screenshot over here, and you can see we can inject the JS URL. So let's see how we can inject the JS URL. We are not going to talk about the beef framework over here, but if I just open the beef, you will see this terminal will be opened, And the BIP framework, about the BIP framework will be covered in the upcoming lecture, where we'll have the complete section. But in this lecture I am going to only show you about how to inject this URL with the help of man in the middle. So it is BIP, and the password over here will be also BIP. So our BIP framework is up and running. So you could see we have this URL over here, which is the script URL. So that means you can use, which is, let me just make this a bit bigger. Then you could see over here we can use this inject method. So we'll inject the URL with the help of this man in the middle. So let's start that. So first of all, as always, we'll start with the man in the middle framework. And let me just clear this first, and I'll just say man in the middle framework, and we are doing ARP spoofing. So it is ARP spoof, and after that I'll just add the gateway as before. So it will be gateway, and here it will be 192.168.1.1, and after that we'll just add the targets. So I want to inject this JS URL to this machine. That means I have to get the machine's that is IP address. So let's get that. So 192.168.1. So the IP address is right here, which is 14. So its IP address, let's make sure that it is 14, IP config, and it is surely a 14. So after that you have to now give the interface, and in this case it is WLAN 0. So after that what I want to do is inject that JS URL. So it is the payload, or basically this is the argument that is going to inject. So I'll just say HTTP, and you could see the URL is right here. So when I just open that BIP framework, it is giving us this URL. So this is the URL HTTP, and now it will be IP address of this Kali machine, and after that we'll have this 3000 port, which you can directly see over here, and here we have this hook.js file stored. So what we are doing is we are just injecting this JS code in this target, or in this machine, which is our window machine. So instead of IP here, it should be IP address of Kali machine. So let's source, or basically let's get that IP address. I have config, and you can see this is IP address of Kali machine. Let's go over here, and let's change this. So it is 192.168.1.12. So if I now run this, then it is going to inject our this. Okay, we have here that is interface, and interface is showing us error because we just missed out here one dash. So let's go and let's add one more dash in this spoof, and let's hit enter. Our man in the middle will be running, and now it is running. So you could see clearly our man in the middle framework is up and running. And if I just go to the browser, then you could see the BIP framework is also running. So now let's go to this machine, which is our window machine, and let's solve that IP addresses, or let's go to that IP addresses of Kali machine, which is this 192.168.1.12. let's hit enter, and it is going to give us this welcome to hacker world, and this is basically where we have inject our payload. So now our server is up and running, but before that we have to also inject this URL, which is right here in our script. So let's go the place where our server is up and running. So it should be in this root, and in this var www, it is inside this HTML. So you could see the index.html page. So now what I need to do is just give this, basically I want to edit this file. So let's open the terminal here, nano and index.html, and if I hit enter, this is the file, and you could see that we have now injected this source as 192.168.1.11. but now what I want is I'll just remove everything from here. Let's go over here. So instead of, you could see that what you need to do is you'll just capture this URL, which is rightly given over here. So let's go back, and where is that terminal. So it is right here. So while opening this beep, you will just get this terminal and it has this script. So all you need to do is simply copy that and get back to here, and you can just open that terminal where we have this opened here. So we'll just write the IP address now of Kali machine. So the IP address of Kali machine is 192.168.1.12, where we have this port where our hook.js file is stored. So after you put this script in our index.html, you have to save it. Just press Ctrl O to save, just press enter and Ctrl X to exit. Now our index.html is ready. That means we have now injected this into the file. Now whoever opens that web server, or basically whoever opens that website which is index.html, it is going to inject this hook.js to that URL using this man in the middle framework. So you could clearly see we have now injected this URL to that website, or basically to the website. Index.html is our web server, and in that website we have seen how to inject with the help of man in the middle framework. We have this that is JS URL, which is the argument that is responsible to do that. So let's go to our message, and if you see that first of all you have to run the web server, and after you run the web server you will just have to just go to this link, or basically the IP address of the Kali machine, which is 192.168.1.12. in my case you can confirm it by using ifconfig. So let's confirm that ifconfig. So after that what you need to do is go back to our server, or basically to go back to our client. Just press that IP addresses. You can confirm the IP addresses. So the IP addresses is right here, 192.168.1.12, which is the IP addresses of this Kali machine. And if I just hit enter, it is going to render the page which is welcome to hacker world, which was the content of index.html. And let's go back to our Kali machine and let's open this Firefox. Then you could see we have now online browser. So this is the same browser which is the Firefox, which is over here. So now you can inject all of the command. We'll see all in detail in the upcoming lecture, but for now let me just say that I want the redirection, and if I just redirect, I'll just say redirect the browser, and I'll just redirect it to maybe okay, I want to redirect it to twitter.com. So let's execute this command. Let's go back to Firefox. Then it will have now the redirection, that is to the twitter.com. So you could clearly see we have now injected that payload which was done. And okay, why I just try to close it. So let's close this down and let's get what we have done here. So we use man in the middle framework to inject that hook.js using the JS URL into this target. Now we can run any command that is provided by the hook. In order to just perform that operation, you have to use this man in the middle framework. So this is importance of the man in the middle framework. You can use so much of tools over here. Let's do some more. So let me just close this one because we don't need any more. And now next is I want maybe the screenshot. So if I want the screenshot, it is man in the middle framework, and if I just go to the help, you will just get everything that is needed. Now we have seen how we can just inject the JS URL with the help of man in the middle framework. Let's see what else we can do. So I'm just saying that man in the middle framework and help, and you could see we have so many options. So we have these options to spoof obviously, and the next is to take the screenshot. So let's see for the screenshot. So it is the same command. So man in the middle framework ARP spoof. After that you have to just pass the gateway first, and the gateway will be 192.168.1.1, and after the targets, and in my case it is targets, and target is 192.168.1.14. after that we have to specify the interface, which is $0, and after that you have to pass the screen. So you could see it is the screen command, and there should be the seconds you want to just capture the screen. So if you don't pass anything over here, it is default as a 10 second. So if you hit enter, you will just grab the screen locks of the client. But there is another, that is the keylogger, which is very interesting. So let's see first that. So after you just get that, that is same command till here, because we didn't have to do anything till now, because it is the same command for the man in the middle framework. Only difference will be your argument that you passed after this interface. So in this case I want a JS keylogger, and okay, it is all in lowercase, JS keylogger, and let's see if this is the actual argument. I am confused over here. Yes, it is JS keylogger, and it will just load that keylogger to our website. So let's hit enter, and our man in the middle framework is running. So let's go over here and let's search for these websites, and let's go back to the Kali machine. So the error was because of the different client machines. So I just mistakenly tested on the real VMS Windows. We have to test on the virtual box, and in here if you see, if I just pass test psv.vln, then it is showing that it is MS Edge, and basically it is window machine over here. And let's go here and let me just put here something else. So if I say maybe, okay, what if I just do something like, if I say hey, if I just press go, then you will see that there will be the post, and let's go here. So where is the post? So it has not been the post, here is nothing to show. Let's go and change the setting first. So what I'm going to do is go to the network, connect network adapter, or let's go over here and in the settings I'll just go to the network and I'll just say NAT network. Let's press OK. Let's go back here, and now what I need to do is launch again this. Let's see if this has, okay, we are just back to the Firefox or original over here. And now if I say hey, it should capture that keylogger, and now okay, it has not captured, so there might be something. Let's go to your profile, and it has not captured anything yet because we have not written anything. So I'll just say username and something like username, and let's press login. But this is the keylogger, that means it has to capture something, but it is just giving us this attribute error because of the network connection. It is only showing us this client operation. So this might be error because of the network adapter that we are connecting from the virtual box and on the original hooking function. So that might be one error. We'll just rectify it and show you in the next lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So in the previous lecture we saw we were successful to inject the JS URL to the website, or basically to the website of a client, but we were unsuccessful to get this screenshot or basically even the keylogger. So you could see we get this exception saying that it is the exception in the hooked function and something gibberish like here. We don't want to read it, but it was because we didn't install one package. So it was because the one package installation error, and I want to cover that in this lecture because we will have to do that two things in this lecture, that is taking the screenshot and injecting the keylogger. And the previous lecture was already a longer lecture, so I wanted to cover in the next part. So here we are. So first of all, what you need to do is you have to see the Python. So Python is already installed. In my case it is 2.7.15. so you'll also get same information over here because Python is pre-installed in the case of Kali Linux. So after that, what you need to do is you have to install Python package, and it should be done with this pip install, and it is the twisted package. And I'll see the version over here is 15.5.5. so let me just copy here because I have just let me paste basically. So this is our installed version 15.5.0. so you need to just install this, So if I just hit enter, in my case it has already been installed. You can also install it with this command. If pip is not installed, it can be done with this python yum pip install, and it is twisted, and you can hit enter. It will just download that twisted package. So now we are ready to inject that payload or a screenshot basically to our client machine. So let me just clear this. So now what we need to do is man in the middle framework, obviously, and ARP spoofing, ARP spoof, and the gateway, you have to specify the gateway. Here I want to say that it is 192.168.1.1. this is my gateway. Let's specify these targets, and here it is 192.168.1.14. this is my IP address of window machine. After that, what you need to do is specify your interface. In my case it is wireless adapter WLAN 0. Now if I say screen, this is going to just get the screenshot of the client machine in every 10 seconds. You can also manually specify something like 5 and seconds, something like this, but I'll just stick with the 10 second, and I'll just enter now. And if I hit enter, now man in the middle framework is running, and let's go over here, and this is my window machine. So in the Firefox, let me just run this, and you could see now here it has shown that in the Kali Linux it has injected this JS payload. You can clearly see it has also given us this saved screenshot option. You can also see it has already saved 2 screenshots for us. It has saved this screenshot over here with this name and everything. So let's see if this is the screenshot. So in order to see screenshots, you have to first go to the places, computer, it is inside this var, and you have to go to the log, and after that let's search for man in the middle framework, and you will see all of the screenshot over here. So this is the same screenshot that we are talking. So you could see this is one screenshot, and it has just taken the bunch of screenshot over here. So this is all about this screenshot. You could see it has saved this screenshot, and it has also injected JS payload. So this is the way to use man in the middle framework arguments. So next thing also you can do is, let me say man in the middle framework and help. You could see we have this keylogger right here, and it should be okay where it is. Maybe it is down here. So you could see that we will have now JS keylogger. So I didn't find it. Maybe it is right here, inject JS keylogger. So it will just load that plugin JS keylogger, and let's use this now. So it is same way. So man in the middle framework. So instead of writing again, I'll just use this, and instead of screen I'm just saying JS keylogger is the option. Now you could see the same, that is command over here till this interface, and after that we'll just inject JS keylogger instead of screen command. So let me hit enter, and let's see if we have any error or not. So let's go back here, and let me say I want to say username, and let's go, and you can clearly see it has got so many information. So it was okay, so it got so many of information. This is basically regarding to the web page. So you could see that we had past username, so it is very hard to find here. So let's go back, and let's say hey or something like this. So if I go back, it has injected the JS file. Obviously it has shown here that it has the JS keylogger. Let's wait for some time, and again it has given us so bunch of information over here, so gibberish information, and now it's very hard to search for that JS keylogger operation that we just got from here. So you can see that we are successfully injecting some of the command that is given by this man in the middle framework, but you need to have this package that is installed, otherwise this is not going to work. So this will be wrap for this lecture. We saw how to use the man in the middle framework, how to do this ARP spoofing with the help of man in the middle framework. So this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we are going to talk about new tool which is Wireshark. It is very important tool in order to analyze the packet that is sent or received from certain machine. So in this case you could see, let me just open that Wireshark and let's get what is Wireshark into the detail. So let's see Wireshark. So this is the application. You can simply search it and you can open that application. It is some random message, just ignore it. And after that you could see the welcome message, and below that you can see the interfaces is here. So you could see WLAN 0 is my interfaces. There is Ethio 0 which doesn't have any traffic, but in WLAN 0 it is showing some traffic. Let's go over here. In here let's open the Firefox and I'll just say YouTube and let's see if there is some packets. So okay, let's go back to the Wireshark and you will see there will be some spikes. So there will be more generated spikes when you just surf, that is internet, in this Kali Linux machine. So next thing what you need to do in order to analyze that packet is simply press on this capture button and it will show you some of this information related to the packet that is sent or received on this Kali machine. So you could clearly see there was a request for the YouTube, and you could see all the packages are TCP and some are the ARP packets, and these are the way to just grab that packet information and save it, and you can also reference it for the later purpose. So this is the one way, and you could clearly see we got so much of information with the help of Wireshark. But you could see this is going to give us nothing information about the client. So if you see clearly over here, it is only the information about the Kali Linux machine. We are not surfing this youtube.com in the Windows machine. We are just surfing that in this Kali Linux. So that is not a hacking tool obviously, because it is not going to give us any information until you use man in the middle framework. Because if you just remember what the man in the middle does is basically it helps to just intercept between the packets that is sent from the router to the client. Basically will be as an interceptor or will be in the middle of the packet that is sent from the client to the router and from router to the client. So we'll just get that packet responses and a request, and we'll just capture that with the Wireshark. So Wireshark alone is not a hacking tool. Just remember that with the help of man in the middle and a Wireshark, it is a very powerful tool for a hacking purposes. And we'll see the action in a minute now. And before that you could see how to just capture the packet. You can also filter this packet. If you want to see HTTP packet, you can do from here, which is just type here the packet you want to surf and you'll just hit enter. It is going to give us the packet that you want to see. So this is the way to use Wireshark. Now let's see how Wireshark and man in the middle work together. So first of all, what you need to do is, let me just close this Wireshark for now, and let's open our terminal. So now, until now, you should know that how to use this man in the middle framework, and the command is very much easy. So all you need to do is just put a gateway. It is gateway, and the gateway is 192.168.1.1. It is for my WLAN 0 interface. You can also use Ethio 0, but make sure the gateway and the target is written properly. So the target here will be this machine, which is Windows machine, and the IP addresses is right here. If you want to grab the IP address, it is ipconfig, and you will just get this IP addresses of this machine. So it is 192.168.1.14, and after that you will simply write the interface, which is WLAN 0, which is our interface. So now we have again the problem because I just passed something here. So let's go and let's remove this one. Let me hit enter. Now our man in the middle framework is online. So let's go over here and solve for something. So I'll just say testphp.vlnweb.com and let's solve this one and go back here. Then you could clearly see we are being capturing these websites, and this is done by the man in the middle. And now what we did was we are in the man in the middle. Basically we are inside the Kali client machine, and basically now every packet that is sent from the router to the client, which is window, is sent from us. So now we can just open the Wireshark and see every packet that is sent from this client to the router or from router to the client. So I'll just say Wireshark. Let's open this Wireshark. Now you will see that although I am not using any internet in here, you could clearly see I have not opened the Firefox in this Kali machine. There will be spikes because this is because of this machine, which is of this machine. So let me just press enter one more time. It is showing the bad gateway. So let's press one more time, and you could see again we have this test PHP VLN again that is running, and you could see the spikes over here. So this is the traffic generated by this machine but not by Kali Linux. So let's run it one more time because it is not working properly. Maybe the website is down, so that can be the case. Let me run the Firefox one more time. Let's see if this works or not, and we'll just capture the packet from here. So now all I want to open is test phpvlnweb.com. So after a couple of try, I just found that the website was down for some time, and you could see it is still not running. So what I just decided is to with this same website, but in this case it is to test for a couple of things over here. It is the same website that is made by test PHP, but in this case it is made for the vulnerability scanner for the Python and JavaScript. So let's try in this website, which is same website over here. So let's close this, and now if you want to try this, first of all you have to make the man in the middle. So this is the same command that we are using from previous lecture, is basically the man in the middle framework. And let's run this first, and let's see if we can get again, that is the SS. And let's refresh this page. Let's go back here, and you could clearly see again we have this so much of information that is just giving us about this traffic. So let's close this website, and over here in the Windows we have this field, and you can also see about the contact, about page, and you can go to the contact, and if I say something like Sachin, and if I just say send, then it is going to give us the information, thank you very much, and something like that. And you could see now I have sent here the first name is Sachin. So you could see this is a post method, which means we are just sending data to the server and you will just get traffic. But if you just go in the Wireshark, this is important because now we are man in the middle. That means we'll get the information of the traffic right here. Even if we are not using internet on the Kali Linux, it is going to give us the traffic right here because now we are man in the middle. That means you will see there will be some traffic generated right here. But if I don't use this machine, and let's go back here, and if I want to use this machine, and if I just close this, this is not going to give any traffic because either of this machine, either Kali Linux or Windows, should serve in order to track that packet. So if we are not the man in the middle, that means the packet which is sent from the Kali Linux or which is received by the Kali Linux will be only analyzed by Wireshark. But now we are man in the middle. That means we can now analyze the packet that is sent and received by the client, which is our window machine over here. So let's see how this works. So first of all, we are now man in the middle. So first of all, you have to be man in the middle, and after that we'll just now capture the packet. Start capturing the packet, and we'll just start here. You could see all the information. about the packet. So next thing is I'll just go to the window, and let's go to this contact page, and here I want to give some information. Let's say I want to give the same, so instead of Sachin I'll just give another name. I'll just say Udemy, and last name is also Udemy, and email address is udemy@udemy.com, and let's choose some subject. It is suggestion, and let's send this. And now it will just give us some message. Let's see if we just grab that information. So here you could see so much of packets, and if you want to filter that packet, you have here a small field, and if I say HTTP packet should be filter, let me hit enter. And first of all, you have to stop now, because we have already got maybe the traffic that is going to show us the information about these responses. And let's stop now capturing the packet, and I have now HTTP over here, all the information. And you could see right to this HTTP we have this length, and we have this info. So in the info you have this get method, and you have also this post method. So get method is basically getting the page to render, and post is basically the information that is very critical, because this is where you have the password or email that is sent by the user to the server. So you could see clearly we have also the get method, we have also the post method. So first of all, let me see this get method, and let's go over here, and inside this HTTP protocol you will see the request that is made by the user, and you could see all the information. So this information is not that critical information. You could see this information over here, this is HTTP information, and you could see there is line based text file and every information. And this is also not the critical information, because the critical information will be about the client. So if I just go maybe this post method, now inside this post method you will have this form, and let's make this bigger, and let's see what we can have here. So you will see clearly that we have this field which is saying hypertext transfer protocol, which refers for HTTP. Now let's go inside, and we'll have this post, and let's see what we have next. So let's open this post, and you'll see that information about the length and everything. So this is also not the critical information, but if I just go down here, and you will see HTML form URL encoded, let's open this, and you are going to get all the information over here. So you could see the first name Udemy, and the last name is also Udemy. The address was sent as udemy@udemy.com, and the subject was suggestion, and the message was empty, which was what we just sent from our this website. So we just cracked what was sent by the client to the server. So you can also crack something that is saved password with the help of this Wireshark. All you need to do is add some plugin, and you will just get to go with that technique. So you could see how easy it is to analyze the packet with the help of man in the middle and the Wireshark. So basically we have to be first of all man in the middle, otherwise it is going to just give us the information about the packet that is sent and received by only the Kali Linux. So after being man in the middle, you'll just capture that packet, you'll just see the responses, you'll just filter it, and you'll see these forms. So in this case we have these forms right here. So we get all the information that was sent by this window machine, which is from this Firefox to this website, and we saw what was the field that was entered by the client. So you could do multiple stuff with the Wireshark, and this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next. Hello and welcome to this lecture. So this lecture and couple of lectures from now will be about the Whale framework. So Whale framework is the type of framework which will give us a payload or a backdoor in which this client machine can communicate with the client, which will be our window machine. So what we do is normally we use that payload which is untraceable by any antiviruses. We'll just make that changes on that payload so that no antiviruses will just track our payload, and we'll just inject take that to the client machine, and the client machine will just came back to us on the certain port, and basically we'll just listen on that port from this Kali machine, and client will communicate through that port on the server, which will be our Kali machine. So first of all, let's see how to just install that Veil framework, and in the next lecture we'll just make that payload from the Veil framework. We'll also listen on the some port, and we'll just get complete reverse TCP connection or reverse HTTP connection from the client to the Kali machine. So that will be covered in the next lecture, but for now let's see how we can just install that Veil framework on our Kali machine. So steps are very simple. So first of all, what you need to do is open your browser, and here make sure that you have internet connection, and I'll just say Veil framework. So this is the Veil framework. Let's open that GitHub link, which is right here. So I'll just open that link, and you'll just get this Veil evasion link. So let me just go to this Veil, and you'll just get this link now, and you could see here that is saying clone or a download. So you can just grab it, and let me just copy that link. And now what you need to do is go to the places over here, and if you just remember from the Linux lecture, what I have told you about this directory is basically if you install any of the optional third parties program, you can just install that on this out folder, but this is not compulsory, but it is always a good practice to install over here. And you could see we have this bunch of applications right here, and I have already installed the Veil, but I'll just show you how to install it here. So first of all, in the optional directory, let me just open over here, that is a terminal, and in order to just clone that, you can simply say something like git clone and paste the link over there. So you have to paste and hit enter. It is going to download all of the folders, all of the file that is available for this Veil framework. So after that, you can just have this folder that it is saying Veil, and open that folder now, and you will see all of these folder that will be inside there. So this is automatically downloaded by this git, and now you can go to this config, and this contains all the libraries, all the set of files, and basically we can do every configuration from this config folder. But you can see that we have this veil.py. So if you simply open that terminal, and in order to run that Python file, this is executable. So if I just list over here, you could see that it is basically the green color. So the application is showing that it is executables. So in order to just execute that file, all you need to do is simply put this command and veil.py. But in this case, this is not going to execute for us because Veil requires bunch of libraries, bunch of third-party library. So that library will be not installed now for you, but in my case it is installed. So in your case it will just show you a problem. So first of all, what you need to do is go to this config folder, and here let me list, and you could see here saying setup.sh. So make sure that you have internet connection. So in order to run this file again, you have to put this command first, or basically you can also type sh and setup.sh. So you can do in any way. You can also do with this command and setup.sh in order to run these executables. So if you hit enter, you have to maybe wait for a couple of minutes. So it will take more time than any application because this is going to download a lot of libraries for us. So that is very much important libraries, and without that library, this Veil framework is not going to work. So you have to just sit back and relax because this is going to take a lot of time. If you have that is low internet connection, then you have to just maybe wait for maybe a 30 minutes. So let's just relax and just wait until it will just execute this command and get all of these library fetched, unpacked and installed on your Kali machine. So after you install everything, it will now just go back because we have to run this veil.py. So if you list now, you will have this veil.py, and I've already shown you this is the way to run this file. So now if I hit enter, then it is going to show us something like this. So you could see this is our Whale framework, and now you have successfully installed Whale framework. So the simple step is basically going into this config folder and just running that is the command which is going to just give us this installation for the setup, and just wait for some moment. It will just download every packages, and you can now run this Whale framework with this command, and you will get this terminal showing that is the version and the wave and everything over here. And you could see we have these two tools loaded. One is the evasion and another is the ordnance, and basically evasion is what we are going to use because the Whale evasion is going to give us a lot of a payload, but this ordnance is basically something that supports that payload. So it is a auxiliary payload. Ordnance is something like a payload, but it is going to work with the payload, and we are going to make a complete reversal with the help of evasion. And we are going to use the MSF console, which is the meterpreter generator, or basically the application that is going to listen on the sum port, so that we'll just get connection of the client and server. We can also just implement this backdoor on the Python, and we'll just learn that in the next couple of section book, because we have to first cover the basic of the Python, and after we cover that, we'll just make how to just basically how to create that backdoor that we just saw in this Whale with our complete Python code. We'll saw that in the next lecture, or basically not next lecture, in the next couple of section after. And now in the next lecture we are going to make the payload with the help of Whale framework, and we'll see how to just execute that payload, how to deliver that payload to the client, and how to execute over there, and how to get that reversal and communication back from the client to the Kali Linux, so that no firewall will catch us and our payload will be very much advanced payload. So this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. Now we have successfully downloaded the Whale packages on our machine. That means we can just run this Whale framework, and you will see that we just get this tool running in our Kali machine. So let me just close everything over here. We don't need this. So now you have to use this machine, or basically use this framework. So let's see how we can just do that. So here, first of all, you can see the available commands over here, and each of these commands have the information that is just given right to the next of it. And you can see the available tools, and the evasion is the payload generator, ordnance is a sub auxiliary, or basically auxiliary payload. So let's use this Whale evasion to make the payload. So first of all, you can see that this update method is a very important method, because what happens is now and time again that the antiviruses will just update everything in order to catch our code, or in order to catch our malicious code. So in order to just get that, basically bypass every antivirus that is possible, you have to update this Whale framework time and again. If you don't do this, your Whale framework will be outdated, and there is a high chance of your payload being caught by any of these antiviruses that is available in the market. So make sure that you update time and again if you are working with the Whale framework, because this makes your payload stronger than before, because it is going to update every database that is available in the antivirus. So this is basically some changes that Whale makes in every time and again, because we want the viruses, or we want the backdoor to be uncut by any of the antiviruses. So make sure you update with this command, which is simply you can type update, and you will just have the new version of the Whale framework. But now we are going to use the command. That means we have here that is the available tool, and in this case I have already told you before that we are going to use the evasion because we want to make the backdoor. So I am just saying that use and 1, because 1 is for the evasion. So if I hit enter, it is going to just give us some information now, and you can see we are inside now the Whale evasion. So we are inside the Whale evasion, and you could clearly see we have this 41 payloads loaded, and this will be also same information in your case. And you can see the available commands over here. So you can clearly see there is a back command and check vt command, which is basically check virustotal.com against the generated hashes. We'll see in the next lecture. You can see all of these command, info command, list command, use command, and everything. So let me say, if I say list, if I hit enter, you can see all of the payload, which is obviously the 41 payload, which is shown over here. 41 payload loaded, and we'll have all these available payload right here. So you can clearly see we have now this bunch of payload. You can just get any of this payload to communicate from the client to the Kali Linux. But you can see the naming convention over here. So the first one, you can clearly see that it is with the name flat.py, which obviously is a Python file, and it is written in this AutoIt. AutoIt is a programming language that is also a scripting language, same as a Python, but this is going to package your application. So this is AutoIt, and basically it works same as a PowerShell. So we write some code in the PowerShell, so that is similar to the AutoIt too. So you can see the interpreter, or basically the payload that is written in these C languages, which is C programming languages, Go languages, which is also the powerful languages. You can see some of the payload are written in the PowerShell. You can see this bunch of payload are written in a Python. So we are going to cover what the payload we can just do, or basically we are going to cover reverse HTTPS using the socket programming, and we'll just make complete backdoor after we just cover that Python lecture. But for now, we're just sticking to the Linux. That means we are going to do in the Linux way, that is in the Kali Linux way, not the Python way. So let's go and make use of maybe this 14th number, which is saying, or 15th number. So let's go with the 15th number because this has the reverse HTTPS. So this is important. So let me first copy this because this information is very critical information. So let's copy this, and we can now let's open some leafpad, and let me just paste it over here. So this is important information. So let's go down, and you can see now that we have this bunch of payload right here. So you have to now use any of this payload in order to make that is your backdoor. So in my case, I am going to use that is the 15 number. Let's check that is in the 15 number. So I'm just saying use 15. So now it is going to give us again the information that is showing so much of required options, and these are the options that is very critical. So you can see we have this YL host, we have this YL port. So this is basically the host and a port that the client machine want to communicate to this Kali machine. So you have to give exact information over here because this is critical information, and if you want the client to communicate to the Kali machine, this information should be correct. Otherwise it is not going to just connect to the Kali machine. So first of all, what I'm going to do is we have to see the IP addresses because that is the YL host over here. So in order to see the IP address of Kali, because we want the machine that is our window machine to be communicate with this Kali machine, that means we have to get the information that is IP address of this Kali machine. So if I hit enter, so you could clearly see this is the information which is the IP address of this machine. But we have to now, we basically can't simply put here and we can just write. So that is not possible. So there is this available commands in order to change these options. So what we can do is we'll just use this set option over here, and I'll just say set. And now we want this YL host. So it is case sensitive. You can't do something like this YL host. So it should be all in uppercase. And if I say YL host and the IP address 192.168, and that is 1, and it is 12 or 11. Okay, it may be 12. Yes, 12. So this is your YL host. So if I hit enter, then we have now changed. And if I say info again, it is only the options, not show options. So we can see now we have changed this YL host. So we have now the YAL host with the IP of the Metasploit handler. That means we haven't seen this Metasploit. This is also a framework that is going to give us a connection, but we are just saying that we want this handler, which is basically the communication. So this is the parameter which is going to give us the communication between the client and the server. So next thing, you can see the YAL port. So I'll just change this YAL port to 2. So I'll just say set YAL port, and I want maybe 4444. So let's see options again, and you can see now it has been changed to 4444, and you can also see the YAL host. Now you can see some of these information which may not be critical, but I have just figured out that if you want to just get all of these bypassed, or basically if you want to get bypass from the antiviruses that is available, then you can change, or you can also make some modified on this name field. You can do something like, you can just add the username. Maybe I'll just say set username, and username maybe hacker. So hacker is the keyword that is going to be traced, so I'll just say test. So you can do something like this, because we want this payload to be different from another, because if you make a unique payload, that is not going to be traced or tracked by any antiviruses. So our main aim will be that is to make a unique from others, because they have the list, or basically they have the signatures of database. They have so many payloads that is in the file as a signature in the antiviruses, so that if our file or if our payload matches with any of that signature, then they are going to say us that this payload is a virus. So that is the way antiviruses work. So make sure that you make this payload as unique as possible, because if you make unique this, then it is not going to be traced. So let me change again the some of these arguments. Let's say I want to change this processors, which is right here. So let's give this processor maybe 1, and the options, now you can also see now options, and now you can see we have changed this processor. So now if you want to now generate, you can see the option right here saying generate. So let's hit this generate, and it is giving us information what this payload will be. So I'll just say payload. Payload is my payload name. So if you also hit it, that is enter, then it is also going to give us the payload as a default. So let's hit enter, and this is going to do some information that is going to package us as a backdoor. So we have seen now that we have now, so it is saying unable to create the file, because I have already created over there with the same code. So let's go over here. I think I have created with the name. So let's go over there, and in your case, if you have done this first time, it is going to create in, maybe that is in the veil. So first of all, you have to check where that is stored. So it will be stored, in my case, that is var. Let's go to the computer. Var, it will be in the library. Veil is the framework, because Veil is a framework that is going to be inside this library, and now it is going to be in output and source, and you can see we have this reverse https.go and payload.go. So you can see we have created this output file, and this is the payload. And basically now next thing what you can do is you will just transfer this to the client machine. So we'll see about the listeners in the next lecture, and we'll just pass this reverse https with some basic delivery method in the upcoming lecture, and we'll just make a complete connection from the client to this server. So let's see that in the next lecture. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. So in the previous lecture we saw how we can just use that command to make the payload, but the payload was completely not right, because if you just see in this compiled version there was not the payload that we want to create. So if you go over here in the source, it was over here, but while we go to this compiled version, it was not converted to .exe, and there is no payload.exe. So what has happened is basically in this module, or basically while making the payload, these were some of these payload options, like there was username, processes, so that also matters while making the payload. So if you just make any mistake, or if you just customize that is beyond its capability, then it is not going to execute, or basically our compiler is not going to make us that payload. So what you have to do is you have to be inside certain boundary in order to make that payload. So let's make that correctly in this lecture now. So first of all, what I want to do is, let me just make this a little bit bigger. So after that, this is the veil. So I have just opened this veil. You know how to open. Go to the optionals, because we have here the optional. So first of all, let me show you. Let's go back to our computer, and here we have this OPT. So let me show you that inside this computer we have this OPT folder. Inside this OPT folder you can see the veil. So in order to open that, simply open this veil.py. You'll just get this console, or you'll just get this framework here. So in order to make this, so first of all you have to use, that is, now in this case I have to list first. So I'll just say list, and there is all the payload. I want to use this 15 number payload. So let's see options one more time. So I have just changed this YL host, that is the IP address of this Kali machine, YL port to this 8080, and I haven't changed the username. Let me just change the processors, because let's say that if we want to make a unique, let's say I want to change these processors, and I want one processor. So let's check again the options. So it should be all in lowercase, because it is the case sensitive. You can see we have now set the processor as a 1, and now what you want to do is simply type generate, and this is the command that is going to generate us a payload. So now let's give some name. So in this case I want to give the name as a payload again, and let's wait for a certain time, and let's see if this works or not. So it has completely made us this payload, and it has shown that this payload is inside over here, which is this executables. So in order to just go to this location, first of all let's navigate over there from this GUI interface, and this is inside this var. Library veil is right here, and it is in output. And now you can see in this compiled and source you will have this payload. So let's go for this compile, and you can see this is our payload that is going to listen on that port, and it is going to have that connection on that host. So next thing what you need to do is you have to set a listener, because while sending this payload to the client will get the connection to the server. So there should be some port that the server is going to listen, so that the client will just get connection from that port. So let's make that, and in order to make that connection you have to just first of all use this console, and this is the interface that is given by the meterpreter. So you can clearly see over here it is saying meterpreter. So this is given, or basically this is the framework, or you can also say the enterprise that is going to have us some handler in order to communicate with these Kali machines. So let's make that console, or basically that handler over here. So let's create the new window, and the interface that we are going to use is MSF console. So first of all just type MSF console, let's hit enter, and it is going to give us the application inside this terminal. So let's wait for some moment, it is going to take some time. So now it is showing that it is starting the Metasploit framework console, and this is the framework that is giving us this veil evasion. So let's go over here, and first handler you have to use is the exploit multi handler. So this is the okay, it should be exploit. So this is the handler that we are going to use to have the connections. So it is done using the socket in the case of Python programming. So we'll see about that in the next upcoming sections. But in the Kali, it is so easier to do with this MSF console. So let's hit enter now, and you can see now we are inside this multi-handler. So the next thing what you can do is I'll just say show options. And let's see, this is the options, but we don't have anything over here that is the name of the payload or the EL host or EL port. So let's set that first. So in order to set, that is the same method that we just did in this veil evasion. So what you need to do is first of all set this payload the name. So if you just see that we had written something that is in our leaf pad over here, that is go meterpreter and the reverse HTTPS. So we have to now use this name of a payload right here. So it is in this Windows, because first of all we have to see where this is going to be executed. It is in the Windows and the meterpreter, and after that you have to just give the name as reverse, and okay, it's reverse HTTPS. If you use the payload that is made by the veil, that can be the reverse TCP, then you have to type here reverse TCP. If it is reverse HTTP, you can just type reverse HTTP. So make sure that this is the name of your payload, or basically it is what we have over here, right here. So you can see if you use this name that is reverse TCP service, you have to just type right over here. And now if I hit enter, then let's show the options one more time, and you should see now that is we have this payload now. So it was hidden in the previous case. Now we have just got this payload option right here. So now you could clearly see we have these payload options, and it is showing that it is Windows meterpreter reverse HTTP. Yes. So you can see here we have these two attribute, that is name, which is EL host and EL port, and this should be exactly the same which we use while making that payload. So the EL host should be the IP address of Kali. So I'll just say EL host, and it is 192.168.1 dot, and it is 12. So this is my Kali machine EL host. Set EL port now, and that should be 8080. Now if you see one more time, that is options, you'll see we have now set inside this payload option that is the EL host and the EL port, and this is the port that client is going to communicate with the server, which is our Kali machine. So let's now type this exploit to OIT exploit to initiate this handler. So now if I just hit enter, then it is going to now listen on that port. You can clearly see it has started this reverse handler, because this is reverse. We are using this reverse TCP or reverse HTTPS payload. That is the meaning of this reverse handler. So what happens is this Kali machine is not going to interact with our client. Instead, client machine or Windows machine come to communicate with us in this Kali machine, so that the firewall will get the permission, or basically will just get the permission to run the payload in the client machine, because it is the case that Kali machine is not going to just interact. If Kali machine had to interact with the client, then it is not possible, because there is antiviruses that will just block our connection. But in this case, client machine is going to communicate us in the Kali machine. That means you can clearly see that it is a reverse shell, or you can also see this is a backdoor. We'll also see the implementation in the next lecture, and in the Python lecture we'll see how we can just use this backdoor to capture the keylogs. We'll see how to capture every information, and we can also see how to capture the screenshots. We'll make all of those in the Python lecture, but for now you can see we have just handler here which is going to listen on that port. So in the next lecture we'll just make a simple delivery technique which will just get that payload delivered to the client, and client will just download that and it will just execute. And basically this is not the proper delivery method, but you can assume, or you can use some social engineering technique, like you can just email it with something else, or you can package it and making something like, you can say, use the auto-it language in order to convert it to the PDF file, so that it will be just a genuine file for the client, so that they will just download it, they will just install it. So it's up to you, up to your imagination, how you can just trick or you can just entice your client computer. So this will be wrap for this lecture. In next lecture we'll see the simple delivery technique, and we'll just implement this well framework patterns, or basically we have here that is a Metasploit that is going to now communicate with this client machine, and we'll just execute some of the commands in the client machine in the next lecture. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we'll see how to just make that payload run in the client computer and get complete connection to the Kali machine, and we'll just execute some of the commands. So before doing that, let me just open the Firefox and let's see how powerful our payload is to bypass all of that antiviruses. So let's open this. Let me just close this Veil framework over here. So the website that I'm going to use is VirusTotal. You can also use the next website, which is very popular website, NoDistribute, but I personally like this VirusTotal. So I'll just choose the file and let's go over here, and you can see we have this output and the source. And over here, instead of a source, I want to go to the output and I want this compiled, and the payload name is payload.exe file. So let's open that and let's test this file. So first of all, you have to upload that file and wait for some time, because it is going to scan all of these antiviruses, and you can see clearly we are just getting some of these antiviruses tracking. Okay, so many of antiviruses are tracking us, so it is not good payload. That means you can see so many of antiviruses. So this is not effective now, because 36 out of 70 antiviruses like this Avast, Evira, these are the common antiviruses, and they are just tracking us. You can see the Bitdefender is tracking us, so many websites are tracking us. So that means this is not the effective file or the payload that we are doing. So let's make something that is more powerful than this, and let's try to bypass some of these antiviruses. So let's go over here. Our payload is listening obviously in this, or basically our handler is listening on this port, so we don't need to do anything over here. Instead we have to just use this Veil framework in order to make another payload. So let me use again, that is the 15, which is going to be, if you just list all of this payload, the 15 payload is your reverse shell or reverse HTTPS. So I'll just use 15, and you can see clearly now we have these already, the command that is right here. So what I'm gonna do here is let's make some changes. So first of all, I'll just say this method, maybe I'll just go over here. You can just give this user prompt as true or something like that, you can see, and you can also change this sleep. So let's try for this sleep. If I say sleep, maybe 2 seconds or something like this. So I'll just say show options, and one more time. So it is only the options, and you can see now we have here 2. So let's generate and let's see if this can just bypass our payload. So now I'll just name this new payload, and let's hit enter. This is going to encode everything, and it will now create that payload, and you can see it is this new payload.exe. Let's open that Firefox again. Let me say I want to go to or navigate this VirusTotal. Let's choose the file over here. So it is new payload. And now let me just upload this first, and let's see if now this can just bypass or not. So we haven't changed anything, we have just made something like only change in here. So you can see this doesn't work again. So it is not working at all. So you can see clearly we didn't get anything better than before. So it was same as before. It is also tracking by Avast, and I think it is tracking more than before. It is now 40 out of 67. That must be bad than before or more. And now let's do something else. Let's try to just make some changes now. Let's see, just make changes by let's set these processors. I'll just say let's set these processors B2 now, and let's set this sleep. Let's say set this sleep maybe 1. Let's generate now one more time. Let's hit enter, and now I'll just say this is extended payload, and again it will just do some of these tasks, the encoding tasks. And now let's go back to our Firefox, and let's go back. So okay, it is already uploading. So I'll just open VirusTotal over here, and now let me just choose the file. It is extended payload, and let's upload this file, and let's see if this can bypass some of the antiviruses or not. Okay, it has been tracked one more time. Okay, it is the same as before. So many applications is tracking our payload. That means it is not better than before, it is same as before. So we just tried some of the ways to modify, but it hasn't worked yet. So let's see what the options we can just do over here. So there is not more option over here. You can see, we'll just say that minimum processes that they can run, or the RAM check, or the maybe we'll just set the username. That is completely optional, that doesn't do anything maybe. So same as before, you have to try everything over here in order to make that payload undetectable by any antiviruses. Use 15 same as before. Let's set now, let me just go maybe to the processors. I don't want so much processor, I'll just set 1. And let's say if I want to set maybe sleep to, let me say 8. Let's see if this works or not. So let's check options one more time, and it is completely fine. I'll just say I want to generate, and I'll just say now this is payload revision or something like this. So let's see if this works or not. So let's go back one more time to the VirusTotal, and I'm just going to navigate over here, and let's upload that file as usual, and this time it is payload revision. Let's upload this file first, and maybe this is going to work. It is going to upload, and let's wait for some time. Maybe this file is bigger than before, or let's see if this works or not. So we are waiting. It is again detectable. Okay, we are just waiting. Okay, clearly it is also quite failure, because out of 20 the 14 has detected, and again this McAfee and the Kaspersky and everything has detected. So you can clearly see this is also not the proper. So we just manage to put it under maybe 40, or it will just touch the 40. So there has been quite improvement, but we want that is no backdoors, or basically no antivirus catch our backdoor. But in this case again, we're getting the result that is 39 caught out of 65. That is also the average payload. It is not going to work in all of this machine. That means it is also a complete failure. So you have to just do this couple of times in order to check, or basically in order to see which will work for you. So let's say sleep maybe 6, and let's see, I want to generate, and the payload will be final. So I'm just doing this one last time. Final maybe reverse. So let's hit enter. Now it is again, that is final reverse. Let's go back. Let's check one more time. Hope this will work, because it is just random. I'm just assuming something that is completely out of logical. We are just trying random value over there. We don't have any patterns to just denote that this will won't be tracked by antiviruses, because we don't have any access to the antiviruses database or the signatures. So we can just put random value and just try our luck. So it was reverse, so it was final reverse. So let's see if this works. So let's press OK. So it is uploading. Let's see how this works. It is also maybe not a good way, because out of 6 or out of maybe 15, 16, 9 has been captured. So it was also a failure. So we didn't get any idea or any pattern till now how to just get bypass to all of these antiviruses. So let's go back, and now instead of going for this here with this HTTPS, but I want to show you a way to create your payload from here. But you can see that we have this bunch of payload. You can now try for this Python interpreter reverse HTTPS instead of Go. So you can just use this, and you can also try. So let's use that now. So I'll just say that first of all I want to list, and the Python reverse HTTPS is in 27. So I'll just use that 27, and you can see you have to set again the EL host, and in my case it is the IP address of Kali. Let me set EL port, which will be 8080. And now there is so much of advanced options over here. So I'll just use this set processes maybe, and I'll just say 1, and after that I'll just set sleep, a random value maybe 4. After that I'll just say the options again, and it has said what we have just written over here. Let's generate this payload now, and let's say Python reverse. So let's hit enter, and now it is showing that what you want to use. So if you just hit enter, it is going to be PyInstaller, or if you just press 2, it is going to be py2exe. It doesn't really matter, because this both is going to convert your files, Python file, into the exe file. So I'll just stick with this PyInstaller, and it is going to do its work here. You can see the payload is building. Now the payload is the build payload over here, and you can see the executable on the same file, which is the compiled file. Let's go over here and let's check if this works or not. Let's try this one more time. So I'm just choosing file as usual, and now it is Python reverse. So let's hope that this work. Let's press OK. Let's wait for some time. It will just do its tasks, and Python is basically what we just see. In the next upcoming lecture, we'll learn about the Python, how to make this complete reverse shell with the help of Python. So instead of making use of this Veil framework, we are going to use our backdoor from the Python that we learn in the next lecture. So we'll just make our own payload, and in this case you can see so much of antivirus has detected, but our payload or our backdoor won't be detected by any of the antiviruses. So we'll just make that strong payload or the backdoor that won't be tracked by any of the antiviruses, that will be run in any of the operating system, either that can be Linux or the Mac OS X or Windows, because you know the Python is cross-platform. Only the command that we run on the machine will be Python, or basically they will be specific to operating system. So instead of using those command that is specific to any operating system, we're going to use the command that is particularly based on the Python, because Python works on the Linux and it also works on the Windows and the Mac OS X. That means we'll use the command of only Python that will make our backdoor much more available, or basically it can be used to attack all of these operating system. Instead of making just based on the particular or specific operating system, we'll make a complete reverse shell that will be cross-platform. That means it will be available, it will be just working on any of the operating system that is available. So this will be wrap for this lecture. So you can clearly see even making this payload with the Python did not work for us. We changed some of these options over here, so it didn't work again. So this will be wrap for this lecture. We'll just try something else in the next lecture and see you on the next one. Now let's just start all from the beginning. So what we're gonna do in this lecture is we'll just make a payload, and we'll just listen on the port on this server or on the Kali Linux, and on the client side you can see we have this MS Edge, which is the virtual box of Windows 10 ready, and we'll just inject that payload from the web server, and we'll just run this backdoor and see if it can be detected by this antivirus or not. So first of all, as always, let's go to the Kali Linux, and this is the machine where you have this Veil framework. So it is installed in this opt folder. If you remember from the previous lecture, if I list, there is Veil. So if I just go to the Veil, let me list one more time. In order to run this framework, you'll just do something like this, veil.py. Let's hit enter. Then you will have this Veil framework up and running. So next thing what you need to do over here is to make a payload. You have to first use, that is 1, because we want this evasion. So I'll just use 1. Now let me list all the payload that is available. You could see the 41 payload. We want maybe this payload, which is reverse HTTPS. So I have told you before that this is the naming convention where the payload starts with the programming language that it is made of, and this is a interpreter for the reverse shell, or basically for the connection between the client and the server. And here is the name. So it is basically a reverse HTTPS. That means our client will try to connect to the server, or not that the Kali Linux is going to connect. So basically what happens is, if any server, or basically in my case it is a Kali Linux, so if Kali Linux try to connect directly to the client, then it is not possible, because there is a firewall that is not going to give us any connection. So if there is any malicious content you want to transport directly, it is not possible. So if client connects to the server, that is possible, because in that case firewall does not care about, basically it trusts each and every connection that is done by the client. So that is one of the main disadvantage, or basically we can use this payload on any type of machine. So in that case the firewall trusts each and every connection that is done by the client. So in our case the client is window. So enough of that, let's make our payload. So I'll just say I want to use the 15 number. Let's see, you can directly see over here some of the options, and we are familiar with this, all of these options. So the menu over here is L host and the L port. So let's set this L host to the IP address of this Kali machine. So I'll just say L host is, I have to confirm first with this if config. So let's go over here and I'll just say if config, and this will give us the IP address. Let's type here 192.168. so I have host, or basically I have set the L host. Now let's give the port. So I want this 8080, which is used by the web server. So let's enter here, and if you want to see the options, you'll simply type options, and you will see that now we have this L host and L port right here. So next thing what I want to do is set some processors for it. So I'll just say processors, and I'll just set to 1. And now if you see the options, and this is our last option. So we have been doing this from the beginning of this Veil framework, so this should not be any confusion for you. So next thing what you need to do is we'll simply say generate, which is going to give us the payload. So it will see what is the name. So I'll just give main reverse shell or main reverse. So this will be our name, or I can also add this is HTTPS. So I'll just say this is the main reverse HTTPS payload, and we are going to inject this to the client. So let's hit enter. Now it will just do all of this encoding technique, and it will just give us now, that is the executable is right over here in this var library veil output compiled in the name of the reverse shell. So let's go to that place. So I'll just navigate from here, and in this case we have to go to the var library and veil, and it is on the output and it is on the compiled. So here there are so many payloads that we have been doing in the previous lectures, but now in this case it is main reverse HTTPS. So it is right here. So let me copy this first, which is main reverse HTTPS. Now let's put this into our web server. So let's go back to the var, and our web server is inside this www HTML, and I want to just include into this file. So let's paste it down here, and this is our payload in the web server. So next thing what you need to do is run your Apache server. So I have already running Apache server. If you want to run here, then this is the terminal, and basically if you want to run, you have to first type service apache 2 and start. So this is the way to start your Apache server, and after you just hit enter, Apache server is going to run. If you want to stop the server, you can also do, that is restart the server with this restart command. So in my case I'll just restart. So our Apache server is restarted, and we have this framework, or basically this payload inside our web server. So let's go now. So before going over there and just downloading that payload, let's listen that, or basically let's listen to the port in here. So let's open the new window or new terminal, and let me just make this real big, and we are going to use MSF console, which will just have this handler, and this handler is responsible for communicating between this Kali Linux and the machine, which in this case is a window. So let it give a time to load, and it is showing that it is the Metasploit framework. So first of all, you have to use that exploit multi-handler, which is the module over here, and let me hit enter. Then now we are inside this multi-handler. So if you want to see the options, you can see directly with this show options, and you can see here that we don't have any payload options, we don't have local host and local port. So what you need to do first is we have to set the payload. So in our case, the payload is going to be executed on the Windows, and it is based on this meterpreter framework. And after that, you have to pass the name here. So in our case, it is reverse HTTPS. If you have used reverse HTTP, just type reverse HTTP. If you made the payload which is based on reverse TCP, just type reverse TCP over here. But in our case, it is reverse HTTPS. Let me hit enter. So before that, I want to show you something. What if we just remove this and just pass a window and hit enter? Then it is going to show us error that this payload is not valid. So you have to just give here the proper name, and after that I'll just hit enter. Now if you see options again, then this is going to give us the payload option now, and you can see the payload right here. We have this YL host and YL port now, so we have to now assign here. So I'll just say set and YL host, which is the Kali machine IP address, and I'll just type it over here. And the next thing is your port, and in this case it will be 8080. Let's make sure that everything is perfect, and you could see now we have this payload option, YL host, which is this IP address of Kali machine, and you will see that here is 8080. This is the port that Kali machine will listen to for all the incoming connection. So incoming connection can be multiple client, and multiple client can communicate to this Kali machine. So now what you need to do is just type exploit in order to get, or basically in order to execute the handler which will just listen to the incoming connection. So let me just press exploit. Now you could see we have started this reverse handler on this IP address, which is this machine Kali address, and 8080 is the port that this machine is listening to. So now let's go to our window machine here, and let's open, that is this web page of our Kali machine. So in this case it is 192.168.1.12. so this is the Kali IP address. So let me hit enter and wait for a moment. So this is our web page, and we have to navigate inside the file because the file is inside this directory. So I'll just hit enter now. Then you could see all the file over here. So we want this main reverse HTTPS. Let me download it and make sure it is the same, and I'll just say run now. So now it will just give the information. It is nothing, that is, it is also saying that this is not the virus, because if it was the virus then it has been already deleted. But this is a simple message, and this message is given every time you install anything on the Windows. So we'll go to the more info, we'll say run anyway. Now we think we have run this. Let's go back to the Kali machine. You'll see we are now inside this meterpreter session. That means we can now execute the command of this meterpreter module. So if I hit enter, you'll see now we are inside this message window 10. You could see that is Windows 10, and it is 64 gigabyte, or basically 64 bit, not the gigabyte. So it is saying that it is a 64 bit machine, and you can see the meterpreter version over here, and we have now complete connection between these two machines. So we have got the reverse shell, and now client machine is communicating with the Kali machine, and it is done through this machine. So there is no firewall inside here acting to just block the communication, because the firewall is just accepting that communication, or they are just trusting the communication, because that is the loophole over there, and we just made use of that in order to get the reverse shell and client communicate to the server, or in this case in the Kali machine, and we get whole access to this computer now. So you can now put any command like ls command, or you can also see that is multiple command. We'll see in the next upcoming lecture. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we are going to talk about interesting exploitation tool, and it is BEEF framework. It is also known as the browser exploitation framework. So you can see that we have this little icon over here, and this is saying that it is a BEEF XSS framework, and you should have guessed that it has something to do with the JavaScript. So basically what we do is we have this JavaScript hook JavaScript file that will hook the client browser to our browser, which is Kali Linux browser. So this is a very important and exciting tool. So let's start. So first of all, let me just press here, that is the icon, and it will give you the terminal. And after you load that terminal, it is going to just bring us one basically interface in the browser. So in my case it is showing the authentication over here, and I have to give the username and password. So the username is BEEF and the password is also BEEF. So type that first, which is username and a password. So when I just log in, it is going to give us this interface. In your case there won't be any online browser and there won't be any offline browser too, but in my case I have this online browser that is hooked to this Kali Linux. I'll show you in this in the next lecture how to just hook the browsers from the different method to our Kali Linux. So there is mainly 3 ways, but we are going to talk about one way in this lecture. So first way is to just hook from the web browser. So basically what happens is, if you just go back to the terminal, and here is a hook script. So what we are going to do is basically we'll just inject this hook script in our terminal, or basically in our web page, so that anyone who will just visit that web page will be hooked to our this web browser. So this is the one way, and the second way is through the ARP poisoning, which is obviously the man in the middle attack. We'll just cover that in the next lecture, but for now you can see the one method is to just grab this script and we'll just make changes, because this is the local IP. So we have to just add our Kali Linux IP over here, and just we have to inject this code on our server, so that anyone who visits that web page will be hooked to our browser. So this is the one way to do. So let's see how we can just perform this. So first of all, what you need to do is you have to go to your web server. So in my case it is in var www and html. So go to this location, and after that I'll just open the terminal. Over here I want to just open this index.html, which is our HTML file, and this is my HTML file. You can see over here, and if you see, it has only the one heading, which is saying welcome to Hacker Worlds. So here what I want to do is I want to just copy this script, which is responsible to inject the hook to our browser web page, and let's copy this first. So in order to copy, you can simply copy from here, and after this center I'll just paste it down here. So you could see this is our IP, or basically this is the local host. So we have to change from this local host to this Kali machine IP. So let's go over here and let me type ifconfig to get this WLAN 0 interface, and here I want to just copy this, which is basically the IP address of this Kali machine. So go over here and you have to change the IP now. So I'll just say that now IP is 192.168.1.11. So this is the IP address of the Kali machine. You can clearly see over here. You can also use this interface of the Ethio0, which is this IP address. And now our web page is ready. So in order to save, just press Ctrl O and just hit enter and Ctrl X to exit. So now we have saved our index file with the hook script. So anyone who visits this page will get hooked to this web browser now. So let's see how we can just hook now. So let me go to the client machine first of all and make sure that web server is running in the Kali Linux. So in order to do that, you have to first type service and Apache to start. So this is the command to start your Apache server, and in my case I have already started, so I won't do this. So let's go in the Windows machine and let's type the IP address of that Kali machine which has the hook script. So this is the IP address, which is 192.168.1.11, and you could see this has only this heading saying welcome to Hacker World. But if you go back to this Kali machine, then you will see that in this browser you could see now there will be one online browser which is the same machine having the IP. So if I just go back to this window machine and let me just search here, that is ipconfig, then you could see the IP address is not showing here because this has this Ethernet adapter connected to this machine. So let me show you the IP address, ifconfig. Okay, what am I typing? ifconfig, ipconfig, not ifconfig, ipconfig, and you could see the IP address of this machine is the same which we have just hooked here. So let's go back to our Kali machine and see this browser. So in order to interact with this browser, you have to simply press on this IP address, and now it will just give you information about that. So you could see what is the browser version and everything. So in your case, you would see that the host name, operating system it is running, and the CPU and everything, the information that you need to just know information about that browser, because it is only the exploitation tool for the browser, but we can just make some payload that can be injected from this hook so that we have the whole access to that client computer. So next thing what I want you to do is go to this command section right next to that of log, and these are all the list of command that you can execute now on that Windows machine. So basically it is on the Windows machine and it is for the browser. So this will only be executed on the browser because this beef is a browser exploitation framework. So let's see what are the browser exploitation tool over here. So you could see that is webcam can also be opened, and you can see everything over here. So one interesting thing I can do here is let's redirect now. So let's search for this redirect, and if I press enter, then you could see that we have this information of saying that redirect browser, or basically all of this information. And I have told you before that go through this get started manual, and this has shown some of the lights over here showing that this information or this command has some mode of operation. Basically if you see this green, then this command is likely to work against the target, and it is having a high probability than these three. And if you see this orange one, this has more probability than of this white one, and this red one has less chance of working against the target. In our case it is window machine. So let's go again to the browser and let's go to the command again, and let's now use this redirect, which is one command. So you could see we have this redirect browser. Let's press this, and now you can just see that redirect URL over here. So I'll just make sure that we'll just pass here maybe facebook.com. So let's say facebook.com, and now this will be executed on the window if I just press here at the execute. So you could say at the right hand side corner you have this execute button. So let me just press that execute. Now let's go back to our window machine. Then you could see now Facebook page has been rendered. So this is the one way, or basically you can just hook that script now on this web page, and anyone who visit this web page will be hooked in your browser. So this is the one way which we normally do, and the next way is very important. We'll be covering that in the next lecture, which is done by the ARP spoofing, which we normally call as a man in the middle attack. So that would be interesting lecture, but for now let's try some of these attacks. So let's go back and let's see what we can do. So you can see here that we have this persistence. Let's go for the social engineering. Let's search for this pretty theft attack. This is my favorite one because this is going to show us information that the Facebook or any pages, or you can go here and see any of these LinkedIn, Windows, YouTube, and Yammer and iOS session has been out. So it will just prompt you a tab asking that you need to enter, that is a username and password, because session has out, and in order to connect you have to just give the username and password. So let's execute it and let's show what I'm talking about. So let's execute here and let's go back to the window machine, and this was the same information I was talking about. So you can now enter, that is your name over here, and let me say the password will be 787878. Let's log in and let's go back to our Kali Linux machine. You could see command 1 and 2 over here. So I'll just say command 2, and you could see this was the answer, which was username and a password right here. So you could get any information from this pretty theft. If you want maybe of the LinkedIn, let's execute it and let's go back to our window machine, and it has shown that the session has timed out due to inactivity and something like that. You can type email, you can type your password. Let's sign in again, and you will just get that information right in here. So this was your information about the username and a password. So you could clearly see we can now have control access to this client browser. You can also give maybe some of the update information, like maybe this flash update information. Let's execute it. So here you have this option of custom payload, so you can just inject your payload over here, and this will run on the browser. So let's go over here and let's see, and it is not giving any information because it has this custom created this update message. So you can just make your own over here and show that message to the user. So you can do that, and you can also see the Google phishing and everything. So this is one type in order to just hook your browser to the client browser. So in the next lecture we'll also hook the client to this machine, but in the next way of man in the middle. So let's get into the next lecture. Welcome to this lecture. Now let's learn another method to hook this client browser to our Kali Linux, and this is done by the ARP spoofing. We have already learned about the man in the middle attack in the previous lecture, where we used to be in the same network and we can execute, that is ARP spoofing, by getting the target, and basically we can inject, we can just get any information that is inside that man in the middle framework. So we'll just make use of that because now we are as an intersection between the client and the router. So we are just acting as a router here for the client, and for the router we are acting as a client. That means any packet will go through us. So that is the usage of a man in the middle, because we are in the intersection part. We are just intercepting every packet flow from the client to the router, so that any request that is done by the client is through us, and any response that is sent from the router is from us. So what you need to do is, first of all, open the B framework. In this case I have opened it, and we have now the offline browser over here. So what you need to do is, now instead of just making that page which is used to inject the code, that is this hook code, in the previous lecture we just saw, we can just inject this script on that browser and we can run it. But now we are going to use that man in the middle framework. So let's write that code. We have already seen this code. So first of all, you have to use this man in the middle framework, and after that you have to just use this argument like ARP spoof, because this is the technique of ARP spoofing. And let's see gateway. So if you see, the gateway is the first network that is connected to this browser, or basically that is connected over here. So if I just say ifconfig, then this will be the IP address of the Kali machine, and if you see, the gateway is the first IP of this inet, or basically of this interface. So that means it will be 192.168.1.1. so this is the first subnet, which is going to be the gateway. And the next is to add the targets. It should be targets. So the targets we want to hack is the machine, that is our client machine, 192.168.1. it is 14. so you could check the IP addresses. So let me check it. So you could see something that is IP config to check it, and you could clearly see this is the IP address over here. And this is the gateway. You can see the default gateway right here. So the first subnets is your gateway, which is default gateway. So after the targets, you need to just specify the interface. In this case, we are using the WLAN 0. And now let's inject our payload. So in this case, the payload is going to be our JS URL. So let's make that JS URL. So JS and URL. So this JS URL is same as here. So let's go over here. So this is example saying this is the HTTP, and this is the URL that we want to inject to that website or any pages that the user is going to visit. So I'll just say HTTP, and we have to now give the IP address. You could see here, this is the IP address of the Kali over here, and the port that it is going to listen, and this is the hook.js file. So the IP address of my machine is right here, which is 192.168.1.11. so let's write that. So after that, we have to specify the port, and now hook.js is the file that we want to inject. So this is our complete payload, and you could see we're using man-in-the-middle framework for this ARP spoofing, because we want this target to inject this code in every of the website that it visits. So let's hit enter and let's run this man-in-the-middle framework. Let's go over here. So it is giving us some error. So it is saying it has already been used, and the error may be because, so it is giving us some error. So let's reboot it. So yes, I want to terminate. Okay, let's open it one more time, and it is the Kali Linux. So okay, let's run it one more time. I've just rebooted. So let's open this beef framework again, and let's open the terminal where we'll just write that code. So over here, so I'll just write it down here. So let it first open the browser for us. So let's log in first, and we'll just write the code one more time. So here what we are going to do is basically we have to write the man-in-the-middle framework again. So man-in-the-middle framework, and this is going to be again the ARP spoofing. ARP spoof and the gateway, and the gateway will be 192.168.1.1, and again the targets is unchanged, which is 192.168.1.14. and now the interface should be WLAN 0, and I want to inject, that is the URL over here, and it is JS URL, and that is stored in this HTTP. And let's see over here, it is in the IP address. Obviously we are going to give the IP address. Let's confirm the IP address again. So okay, it is not connected over here. So first of all, let's go to the devices, USB, and connect that external USB, and maybe now it is connected. Let's check this here. It is not connected yet. Okay, now it is connected. Let's wait for the interface now after it connects. Okay, it is connected now. So let's type ifconfig one more time, and it is the same IP address 192.168.1.11, and I want to inject, that is hook.js file. Let me hit enter. Okay, we had error, that is this must be JS URL. So let's go again here and let's edit that, because it should be double dash over here. Let's hit enter. Again we had left in the spoof. So let's go one more time. Let's hit enter. Now our man in the middle is running, but now we have to go to the client side, and now in this case we don't have to open the URL that is basically the server of the Kali Linux. We can open any website. Let me say bing.com. I'll just open this bing.com, and let's go back to the Kali Linux, and let's see. So we have now this again the browser, and you could clearly see now this is the host, and we got back access to, that is to the same machine. Now you can again run the same command like the social engineering command, which was the same command, and you could see now we have this complete browser access. So this can be also done by this method, which is this man in the middle attack. So what we just did was we just made use of this framework to inject this JavaScript code, and basically we saw how this can be done in the previous lectures too, but in this case we are only injecting this URL, which is this URL containing the hook.js in the website that we are visiting. So this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one.